Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. To complete, actually. Well, we're continuing, but we're going to be completing it in this stream. Don't know how long it's going to take, but we've got roughly about 10 levels left, including this one. Hey there, Nabro. Welcome. Who did this? Who could have done this? Actually reminds me of Assassin's Creed 1, when you rescue a citizen and they're being attacked, and to do it you have to kill the attackers, and after you do that they have this big speech where they're like, "Thank you for saving me. I'll be sure to tell my son so he knows a true hero, or knows what it means to be a true hero." And then when the game marks off that you've actually done the activity, then the same character is looking around at the dead bodies you just killed to protect them, saying, "Who could have done this? What happened?" How's it going now, bro? Welcome on in. Now, bro, you're doing okay. You just started another AC2 playthrough. Tell you what, it's hard going back to the old controls after playing Unity and Syndicate. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're not wrong there. You get so used to how the changes happened, and then once you actually do, and then when you go back to play the earlier games with completely different things, it just, yeah. And the other thing is too, like, you got so many games in the series where, like in one game, pressing Y button, for example, will be like Eagle Vision, and then pressing that in one game won't do it, and then it's like, oh, push in the left control stick, and then you go, okay, and then it's like, oh, this time around, press the try, it's like, make up your mind. Hey there, Stan, welcome. Just press WASD buttons if you're on keyboard, and if you're using controls, use the analog stick to make your character move. Yeah, I guess maybe if you're playing on PC, there's some things like that which are, you know, very easy to get rid of. That'll be $10. PayPal is okay. Cheap tips. The thing with these old school games that I'm playing is that using the joy to keypad, like if I show what I've got in terms of like what key does what, it's all over the place. So I've got D is duck, R is dash, W is walk, J is jump, A is action, Y is draw weapon, F is use flare, L is look, roll is E, inventory is I, step left is Q, and step right is S. Now, if I was trying to do that on a keyboard literally, that'd be like gymnastics with your fingers, you know, trying to do that kind of stuff. But because I'm actually using the Joy to Key program, the only reason I've put the keys as those is because they're keys that aren't related to my hotkeys for OBS. And with the Joy to Key program, I can put all these random keys as each action, because with the Joy to Key program, what I'm essentially doing is I'm tricking whatever I'm playing into thinking I'm using the keyboard when I'm actually using the controller instead. And in the program itself, whatever controller you do, like if it's a PlayStation controller, you're plugging in whatever, when you press any buttons on your controller, the list in the program of button 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the way up to I think like button 36 or something like that. If you want to know which button on your controller is what out of those buttons, when you press your controller, it'll highlight which button in the list that particular button on your controller is being recognized as. And so, for example, where I've got J for jump, in the Joy to Key program, when I press A on my Xbox controller, whatever button number highlights, I then enter that but put J in that spot, so that whenever I press the A button on the controller, the game thinks I'm pressing J on the keyboard. And so being able to do it that way allows me all sorts of freedom with what keys I assign, which is why I can assign so random a selection of keys, because I'm not actually using the keyboard, so I don't have to worry about, am I making sure that I've put the keys in positions that actually match realistically how my fingers could actually reach them? No, I don't need to, because I'm using the Joy to Key program. So that's something I found very handy. I've even used it for The Witcher 1 when I played it, because I wasn't happy with the way that the controls were on that. It wasn't perfect, but I did make those changes as well. And Assassin's Creed 1, I've used it for that on PC in the past because there's something weird with the controller when you're playing with it. And it's not perfect either in the Joystick program because you can assign actions to your control sticks and you can actually fix the, I guess, kind of like sensitivity of them in the Joystick program as well. And I haven't been able to get it perfect because there's still this weird feeling of you want the character to go straight, but when you're holding the controller straight, the control stick straight, it feels like you're actually holding it on an angle and the character looks like they're about to go, you know what I mean? It's just very, very weird. So there's some games that the Joystick program works extremely well for, which is the old school Tomb Raider games. And then there's some that it's kind of not 100% proper, like with The Witcher 1, for example, but it just helps having a program like that because I'm just so used to playing these games on controller, especially the Tomb Raider stuff. But if I was playing on my PC a first-person shooter, you bet your ass I wouldn't be using a controller. I'd be using the keyboard and mouse for that. Because for me, a game that's a first-person shooter, it feels 100% more natural to actually use a mouse and keyboard instead of using the controller, because with the mouse, you don't have to worry about any kind of resistance working against you, except maybe the resistance in the game itself of, is your character having gun sway, or are you having to fight the character to hold it still? Whereas the controller, you're not just fighting with the game internally to make sure that you're moving the control stick in the required direction, but there's a sense of restriction that's constantly changing as things are happening in the game. So if a target's standing there on its own, it's not so bad, but if a target is continually moving and you're using a control stick to try and actually aim at them, you've got to calibrate and you've got to compensate for so much movement physically with your thumb, you know what I mean? Whereas with a mouse, all you need to do is just move your hand in whichever direction, and you can more quickly and accurately control how fast you move your hand, what distance you cover, and how quickly or slowly you cover that distance very quickly, you know what I mean? So you can compensate for a target that's moving much easier on with a mouse, whereas with a controller, you're trying to get the control stick to go at a sensitivity that's constantly changing as the character's moving and all that kind of stuff. So if I was playing a first-person shooter, and if I had a PC that could handle newer third-person games, I'd probably use the mouse and keyboard, because obviously, like in a game like this, the only manual aim you have is when you're using your scope on your revolver or on your crossbow. And it's one of those things where, like, usually it's all auto aim with all the weapons, except for the harpoon, because Lara doesn't auto aim with the harpoon underwater. But every other weapon, the pistols, the Uzis, the revolver, if you just want to, shoot normally without aiming, the revolver will automatically lock on, and all these kinds of things that do help. But there's all these other things to consider when you're playing with a controller that you just don't have to worry about when you're playing with a mouse. Hey there, Mendez. Good to see you in chat again, dude. Oh, I've been going really good. Things have been going well. Getting used to the new season as well. We just had winter here in Australia, so that was my favourite season. And just getting used to spring. But it's going good, actually. We've still had some like cooler days and things, so it hasn't been sweltering hot, so that's good. How's things been going with you? I hope things are going well. For first-person shooters, yes, definitely better to play on a mouse plus keyboard. You've been a controller person for most of your life, though. You did play first-person shooters briefly in your childhood, and it definitely feels way different. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, too. Like, how familiar you are with stuff like that can be dictated by, as you're growing up, what we are so used to. And for me, I didn't get a PC until I was 14 years old. I'd used computers before then, but they weren't mine. They were either relatives or it was just at school, and I didn't really have much in the way of playing games on the PC that required, knowing or getting used to using the keyboard and mouse. So I was controller, since I was 5 years old, because that's when I first started playing games, and my parents bought the NES and all that kind of stuff, and I was just so used to it. And it's like with Resident Evil games, the old school ones. Like, I prefer playing them with the tank controls and using the D-pad to actually move around. Like, the much earlier games, I feel like that it just feels more comfortable, you know. But someone who isn't used to those controls, when they play it on those tank controls with the D-pad, they'd be like, "Oh, what's this? This is too uncomfortable." And it can get uncomfortable still, But I'm just so used to it, which is why with the old school Tomb Raider, even on the remasters of Tomb Raider, I use the tank controls, and even then I still use the D-pad. Mendez, I see you playing Tomb Raider 4. It's been so long that you played it. You got it on GOG recently and still own the PS1 copy. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's good. That's great that you still have the PS1 copy of it. I probably do myself as well, because it was one of the first PlayStation 1 games I bought. Resident Evil 3 was another one, and also Tomorrow Never Dies, which was based on the second Pierce Brosnan James Bond movie of the same name. And also Silent Hill 1, Metal Gear Solid, those sorts of games. But that's good that you've got it on GOG as well. The version that I got was through Steam, and with this game there hasn't been very many patches that have had to be put in, whereas with Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 it was a completely different story. But for this year's annual playthrough I played the remasters with the old school graphics on. But earlier in the year when that remaster came out, I actually played it with the new graphics. I actually went through and showcased the two graphics together, like going into photo mode, slowly moving through the environment, and as the camera was moving, switching between graphics, after a few seconds of each other, just to show the differences, things like that. I will be Mendez, yeah, I'll be doing the other ones. So !TR will bring up the list in full. But yeah, there's 12 games in total. Just the main entries, really. None of the side games. You have a friend from California, Bam, whose first Tomb Raider game was 4, and he has played its Dreamcast version recently. He loves the series. Oh, cool. Well, that's good. And yeah, playing on the Dreamcast, I wonder what that would be like in comparison. Because I initially thought too that Tomb Raider came out on the PlayStation first, but apparently the Dreamcast was the first console to actually have Tomb Raider. Much as we do as well. It's so good. This was my first Tomb Raider game, and it's still my favorite one. But it's not just because of that. It's also because I like the story. I don't know. One of the things I like about stories is ones where there's a character and they do something that they need to fix. There's something that they do, a mistake that they make, and the rest of the story is them trying to make up for it, trying to fix it, trying to solve the problems that they've caused. But also, I really love a lot of the horror-like stuff there is. Like, there's a lot of sequences and the music and the ambience and all that is very, very much like a horror movie, So I really appreciate that kind of stuff in it. But also Egypt as a setting, I really like that, and all the mythology is really interesting and stuff like that. Which, it's one of the reasons why Assassin's Creed Origins is a favorite game of mine. It's why The Mummy from 1999 is a great movie for me. I just love the setting and the different time periods, of that setting as well. Nah, bro, you still waiting for them to remaster Croc from the PS1? Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually do. Like, I'm waiting on a remaster of the first 3 Siphon Filter games that were on the PS1. If they could do a similar thing, like, I don't know the people who worked on the remasters of Tomb Raider, but I just like how in the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3, it still feel like, even with the new graphics, and for some people it might be against the point of doing a remaster. It's like, if you're going to remaster something, why not remaster everything about it? And the thing about it is they've remastered the graphics, they've given mouth movements for all the characters in Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 as well. You can switch between them at any time, the old school graphics and the new. But also, If you want to play with the old school style controls, you can, but if you don't like those controls, you can play with the more modern sort of controls. And I feel like that approach is something that I would like to see for the Siphon Filter games 1, 2, and 3. Hey there, Wayne. Welcome on in, dude. Thank you very much. I definitely will. I hope that you're having a good one. Mendez, you like the new facial expressions for the cutscenes in the remasters? It made the characters feel that much more alive. You do respect the original direction, though, and the limitations for the time, bobbing their head up and down. Yeah, it's so funny, you know, and you can still see that head bopping as well, even with the new graphics, but of course, obviously, they've got the lip syncing, and it matches quite well, I found too. I think they did a good job at making it match. And I'm really hoping that they do a remaster of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 as well. It'd be great if they could. Mendez, a remaster of Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness would work best if it also had quality of life improvements. And you mean massive quality of life improvements, since the controls and movement are so stiff and dated. This is true. Yeah, well, they could still package it with the other two, 4 and 5. They might have to do it in such a way where it's a completely different standalone load up, if you know what I mean. Like the remasters 1, 2, and 3, they are standalone standalone things as well. But I mean to say, like, games that have like collections where, like, for example, the Castlevania collection has, you know, games ranging from the old school ones and, you know, the Game Boy ones and all that kind of stuff. But at that point, you might as well remake the whole game. This is true. I mean, maybe the best thing for them to do is to basically, like, treat Last Revelation and Chronicles in one, and then make Angel of Darkness separate or something. Yeah, just have it as because no doubt it would need a lot of different things. It's different with 1, 2, and 3 because they're, you know, practically the same from a, like, programming standpoint, I guess, maybe. Same with 4 and 5, whereas 6 is, you know, a completely different thing. Mendez, Tomb Raider 4 and Chronicles would be much easier to work with. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Be interesting to see, because I think the remasters of 1, 2, and 3 have been a success. Mendez, for these annual playthroughs, are you collecting all secrets as well, or just playing through the games normally? Just normally, pretty much, Mendez, yeah. Tomb Raider 1, I did a no heals challenge, which was interesting. I wouldn't say it made the game impossible, but it just made the game more tricky, especially when it came to, okay, here's an enemy, I want to try and kill the enemy, taking 0 or as little damage as possible, and then being like, right, okay, was I happy with how much health I might have lost? And if not, reload, save, and then try again. So there's just a lot of that, especially in the last few levels with the different Atlantean creatures and all that kind of stuff. So it was good to do something like that, because I'd wanted to for a long time. But because of how much time there's left in the year and how many Tomb Raider games, I'm just going to basically do a challenge with one of the old school games. Just going to be playing through this and Chronicles and Angel of Darkness, and Anniversary as well. Just playing through those games as is. Nothing special, no getting all secrets and stuff. I do want to do a challenge with Legend though, because it's a shorter game anyway. And then Underworld, I just want to play through normally. And then, depending on how much time I've got left, and whether I feel like it's worth the extra time it might take, I might also do a challenge with one of the reboot games as well. We'll just see how it turns out. I was initially going to do a stealth challenge with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, because I've done it with Rise last year, but I don't think there'll be enough time to do that challenge with Shadow of the Tomb Raider, because it might take who knows how long. And I'd rather not have it take too long, because I've got so many other games to get to. The usual kind of thing. It's so funny, like every year I try and make sure that I can get through as much games as I can, as quick as I can, but those plans always end up with me in the last few months of the year rushing to get games done in a way. Where it's like, I've got to do this, I need to get that done, oh my god, I've got 20 games to get through in 1 month, you know, things like that. Mendez, you're already used to playing without using heals. Tomb Raider 1 is easy, 2 is a bit tricky, and Tomb Raider 3 is actually challenging. That's something I want to do for future playthroughs as well, is do something with the other old school games. So yeah, Tomb Raider 2, I imagine that'd be a bit tricky, especially with parts of the game where you have to take damage. Like there's no way getting around it. You have to take damage at certain points. And making sure that you have enough health before getting to that point, to make sure that you're losing only the minimum amount of health that you need to lose, i.e. however much health you lose from the fall, you know, and making sure then you still have enough left afterwards for anything else as well. Mendez, yeah, like the deck with that fall that takes 90% of your health. Exactly, man. It's like... Then you got, like in Tomb Raider 3, with this big sinkhole that you open up in that mission or level where you have to go on the kayak or canoe. I never remember the differences between a kayak and a canoe. I'm sure there's definitely some things that are different between each one. Mendez, Sinkhole and Madubu Gorge. Yes, the bane of your existence for so long. I don't blame you, Mendez. It's just like such a friggin'... I hate... Like, in Assassin's Creed Liberation, there's a mission where you go in a canoe. And that can be annoying. but it's much easier. At least you don't have to worry too much about this current that's constantly fighting against you. AC coming in with the raid. Thank you so very much for doing that. Welcome to you and your raiders, AC. How is your stream? Ground units, be advised. Friendly AC-130 now entering your airspace, targeting hostiles in your AO. Firing. Danger close. Danger close, indeed. Thank you so much for that, AC. I hope you had a great stream. Still doing some Dishonored kill everyone run? How's that going? What part of the game are you up to? Are you getting closer to the end? Or... Mendez, though now with the remasters, you nailed down not taking damage up to that part. Still a bit infuriating though. Oh, that would be really cool. That'd be a relief as well, to be able to get through that part and not taking any damage. Like, hats off to you, Mendez. Especially how, like, rough that can be when you're trying to go in one direction and the water's like, no, you're going to go in this other direction. AC stream was good. Finished Murder Run and Dishonored. No survivors. Oh, hell yeah, dude. GG's on that. That's good. Mission accomplished. Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up. To quote Night of the Living Dead. It's very rare for me to use health packs in these games. But when I do, I like to make sure I have at least 50. I like to joke and say, oh no game, you want me to use one of my 60 health packs in the last level of the game? I don't know. I'll only have 59 left after that. I'm not sure I want to sacrifice that health kit. Yeah, Wayne, it can be like that. It's like, don't do it, man. You'll need these packs. It's like, you seriously want to use one of your 60 medipacks? Are you sure? Because once you've rung that bell, it can't be unrung. AC will say this though, knowing how the story of one plays out, there is between 0% and a minus 1000% chance of a non-lethal run in 2 being canon. Oh, really? Ah. You know, that reminds me, that's something that I don't really do that often in games, is kind of like try, like in some ways I have, but not 100% lent into it, but treating the way I play the game based on what is actually canon or not. Like, for example, in Assassin's Creed Unity, there's a point where Arno gets given this pistol that this other assassin used. And it's like, in real life, Arno wouldn't have had like a 5-duck pistol. You know, even if in the game the stats for it might be great, you know what I mean? So doing a playthrough where it's like when Arno gets that gun, making it that for the rest of the time, that's the pistol I have to have him use. You know, taking things to that level in everything. I haven't really done that before, but it's cool that you can do that with a game like Dishonored as well. I think it was Lucinda who was talking about Dishonored 2 with how it keeps track of so much stuff of what you're doing, so you can be really, really sure that you didn't kill someone or you did, because it keeps track of how many people you might have killed and not. Mendez, Lucinda, you know she loves the Dishonored games too. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, seeing her play through the Dishonored games, that's one of the reasons why I actually wanted to play it myself. It's that classic thing of you see someone play a game and you think to yourself, you know, I've heard about this game a lot, but I've never actually played it. And seeing some of this gameplay, I think I want to. It was like that with Disco Elysium as well. A streamer, Saint Ravage, he was playing through Disco Elysium, and I was like, you know what? This is a game that I wouldn't mind actually playing one day. And a few years later, last year, I ended up actually playing it and really enjoying Disco Elysium. Such a good game. Hey there, Sarman. Welcome on in. Dishonored is literally the best stealth game you can play. It definitely looks like it's got a lot of really cool ways of doing things stealthily in it, and taking your time, being patient, and all that kind of stuff, the different approaches. I really like that kind of thing. Gives you a lot of options and also can create differences for replays and stuff. I got 36 large medipacks and 51 small ones. AC, yeah, 2 gives you the stats in mission instead of post-mission, but there is more that changes depending on how you play that meets the eye, or is explained to the player. Found that out the hard way in 1. Yeah, it can be tricky too, because like there's some things that games like to put in as like a hidden sort of feature that you might not know on the first playthrough, and when you find out about that, you're thinking, oh, I could have used this. So if I knew about this before, it would have made things a lot easier and stuff. Saman, you did your second run of Dishonored with no shadow, low chaos, no kills, and no power at the same time. Can't say you really enjoyed it due to no power run, but it was definitely a challenge and fun at a time. There's a lot of ways you can get it done. You have no limits. That definitely sounds complex. So no power. So I'm assuming that no power just means there's no special abilities that you can actually use. Hey Etoon, welcome. Doing really good, thank you. Day's going well, thanks. How about yourself? How's your day going? Got the damn Templars. Lara, get your hidden blade out. AC, it's more subtle than that. You're having a stroke wanting to give an example, but spoilers, that's definitely fair enough. AC, I don't blame you. It can be hard too, because sometimes you second guess and you think, maybe I can mention it this way, and then you go, oh no, but if I mention it this way, maybe this will reveal this and stuff. I've had that too, where I really want to tell someone something, and it's like, how can I word this? Etone, you're editing a playthrough for your YouTube channel at the moment. Oh, that's cool. That's great, Etone. I hope that the editing process is going well. That's awesome. Saman means you can shift from place to place. Oh, you can't. Forget what the power is called, actually. Oh, that's fair enough, Saman, yeah. So AC, it's Blink Far Reach is the name of the power? Cool. Saman, but in the end, you got like 5 achievements pop up. Oh, that That's the thing about achievements. Like, I don't really care much for the pursuing of achievements much anymore, but I still like getting them though, don't get me wrong. But to get like so many in a row like that at the same time, it's just a really cool feeling. Hey Hooper Lanen, welcome. What, you don't remember this? Scary. Yeah, very scary, like the way that they're shuffling and just the sounds that they're making and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, they're resurrected due to the magic of Set, who's possessed Von Croy. Mendez Lara isn't an assassin, Rod. I know, right? It's so funny though, Mendez in Rise of the Tomb Raider, you know that teaser trailer where she's basically seeing a psychologist and they show her in a hood? It was like when I first saw that, I was like, I just couldn't help it, you know? Like, obviously, you know, hoods existed outside of Assassin's Creed, but, you know, I just couldn't help but think that when I first saw her in that. I actually have an emote of her with the hood on, but I don't have it active at the moment though. Hey there, Code, good morning. How's your day going so far? E-Tone, you're still learning. The game is still Wakes the Deep. You should do a playthrough too. It's actually short, but really cool story. Took you just under 5 hours. Oh yeah, I've actually heard some good stuff about Still Wakes the Deep. Yeah, I definitely should. There's another horror game that I had my eye on, and I was going to actually stream it last year, but it just fell through because of everything that went wrong with the Xbox streaming audio issues and stuff directly from the console. But Song of Horror, because I always like the idea of having multiple characters, and if one character dies, it's not the end of the game, but that character's gone, and then you switch to a new character who goes to the location. So I was really interested in that horror game as well. But yeah, that's definitely one I should put on my list. Still Wakes the Deep.
And in return?
I will grant you vigor as those around you fall. You shall command the ultimate power, that of life or death over those you choose at your side. And in return, they will bow at your feet and give worship.
Got my fair share of that already. And besides, give a jackal your hand, and he'll bite off the whole arm. Barking mad.
There's all sorts of collectibles there, but I wasn't worried about getting them, so it was just like straight into the cutscene we go. Hooper Lanen and Salman, Von Croy ASMR, Werner ASMR. It's so funny because the same actor who does Von Croy also does a lot of other voices in this game and in Tomb Raider Chronicles as well. But yeah, the whole thing with Von Croy being possessed there and making his voice like that and that whole whispering thing, it's just like, it's funny thinking about ASMR stuff because I haven't really dived into it or anything, but I know the basics of what it is, and I just can't wrap my head around, like me personally, like I know that there's certain sounds that are satisfying to hear, you know, things like that, but I just can't wrap my head around the kind of like benefits of that. I'd probably get bored with it and just want to go and listen to, you know what I mean? Like I sort of have this thing where some ways of speaking really get on my nerves. Like, for example, here in Australia, there's ads on television, and the narrator for the ad is like, "Get this at this much off," sort of tone, and it just grates on my ears. It's just these things that you hear. So there's just some kinds of ways of speaking. It's not necessarily accents or anything like that. It's like when a voice is put on to be a certain way, because that the people that you hear on doing the narrations aren't talking that way normally wherever they go. But it's just that thing. So I just can't imagine getting really sort of like engaged in hearing someone's voice over time. I mean, there's definitely videos I've watched of things where the voice of the narrator kind of gets on my nerves, but then there's also voices that are easier to listen to, but just not for me in the way of, oh my god, this is so pleasant to listen to. So yeah, but it's just me. Not saying that people who get enjoyment from that are wrong or anything. It's just that personally I can't really get into that side of stuff. It's just, yeah. There's certain sounds I like the sound of rain hitting a rooftop and, that sort of stuff, but yeah. Hey there, DJ, welcome. Marking Bad. Oh man, that sounds like a parody of Breaking Bad, except it's like about a teacher who, is on purpose marking the students with poor grades, even if they did well, Marking Bad. Hoopalana, really? You didn't know? Yeah. So, it's just so funny when that happens. He voices that demon in Chronicles as well. Mendez, you said this once, like Ellen Ripley, Lara's the type of person to turn down a deal with the devil in an instant. This is true. Yeah, what comes to mind when you mention that, Mendez, is Aliens, where Burke is trying to basically sell Ripley on this idea of being able to make all this money, by getting the alien to Weyland-Yutani as well. Salman, and you're an achievement hunter? Oh, cool. So what would you say is your favorite kind of achievement to go for?
I warned my friend to not play Russian roulette. It went in one ear and out the other.
Dr. Darling, thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. That probably is kind of like the joke that that Bane would actually tell. Something like that. Or the Joker. I could see the Joker saying that too. Thanks for redeeming that. E-Tone, thank you so very much for giving those gift subs. That's very generous of you to do. Thank you so much. And congratulations to The Way It Chris and Jay Rosenbach. Congratulations on getting those gift subs. That's excellent, E-Tone. Thank you so much. Indeed, Salman. Hype. Absolutely. I wish I had some stuff with hype, like a command and stuff. I'd probably look into doing that. It's just that I'd have to use emotes that Stream Elements can use without them being subscriber emotes and stuff. Because I've got some emotes that Stream Elements can use, like free follower emotes and stuff. Stream Elements can bring up, and BTTV stuff as well. What did the dog detective say about work? I've got to quack this case. Now I want to see a movie about a duck detective, and that's their catchphrase. Mendez, that's in the ending scene of Alien 3. That's what you recall immediately. Yeah, with the android. Well, yeah, I think it is an android. The exact same kind of android as Bishop, as well. But yeah, that movie, like, don't get me wrong, the start of it is absolutely atrocious. The spit in the face that the deaths of Hicks and Newt at the start of Alien 3, like, that's a huge slap in the face. I still wish they found a creative way to have them separated. Like maybe they could have been, off-screen captured by Weyland Yutani, and there could have been like a bit of a twist to that. Like maybe Ripley had a little bit of like, memory loss or something. I don't know. That sounds a bit contrived, but you know what I mean. Like it would have been good if there was another alternate way to deal with Hicks and Newt not being in Alien 3. But the vibe of the movie, the scene, like the whole atmosphere and everything of Alien 3 is just really, really good. And I think David Fincher does a great job, even though it's a movie that he absolutely hates. And for good reason, he was pretty much treated like a piece of shit on that. But I saw an interview, or read an interview recently with Sigourney Weaver, where she talked about how she feels it's a shame that David Fincher had that experience on the movie, and that she really enjoyed working with him on it. E-Tone, if you use one PC for streaming and gaming, how strong does it have to be? Spending at least 1,500. Ooh, that's a tough question, E-Tone. Like, what I use for streaming with these old school games is definitely very, very low range kind of stuff. Low end. To be honest, I tried to run Alan Wake on my laptop once, and that game came out in 2010. Not the remaster version I actually tried the original version. Even on low settings, my laptop actually struggled to even play that game, which is a shame because I'm like, oh, there's so many games that'd be good to actually stream with the laptop. So I tend to only do games that are below the year 2010 and stuff. But I don't know if there's someone in chat who's better equipped to answer that kind of stuff. Because yeah, I always tend to get stuff that's pre-built. I'm not really one to get things built with individual, PC parts and stuff. Holy fucking shit. I've got 318 normal shotgun ammo. Holy fucking shit, I didn't realize I had that much. Then again, I've exclusively been using the wide shot ammo, which I'll still use for a little bit. But yeah, I didn't realize how many of the regular shotgun shells I've got. Salman, you can't really specify an achievement, but as long as you're able to do it, you'd enjoy it in the end, no matter the difficulty, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't really matter, kind of like, how difficult it is, as long as, you know, you enjoy it, and the whole, I guess, the idea of really wanting to get it, and it doesn't matter how long it takes or what you need to do in the game to get it. E-Tone, yeah, you're looking to start buying a part by part to eventually have a pretty strong build. There's just so many choices, it's overwhelming. Oh, I don't blame you for feeling that way, E-Tone. Like, I can definitely see the value in doing that, of course. But when I think about all the different things, and when I look at people who have built their PC, and like things where it's like, if you fuck this up, it's damage done that costs more money. You know what I mean? Like, having to do something and make sure it's done right in that way, like, I just don't trust myself to do it to the level of quality that it needs to be in order to make it right. Mendes, yeah, for directing the debut of David Fincher from the get-go, he knew how to compose the scene and create an unsettling atmosphere. It's a shame how its production turned out, though, and he effectively disowned the movie. That is so true, you know, and it's so great that his next movie after that was Seven. And I'm glad that, you know, the experience on Alien 3 didn't make him quit or something, because his, like, even though there might be some movies of his that I'm not really a big fan of, like, I saw The Social Network and it was good, but not, I want to watch this multiple times for years to come good, like Seven has been for me, you know. But there's something about his style that really draws you in to the movie. And Seven is probably still my favorite one. I like Fight Club, but I don't put it on the same pedestal that a lot of people do. Not saying it's bad or anything, it's just that I prefer Seven, really. But nothing against Fight Club's performances, and that whole mindfuck of a twist, you know, that was really well done. Zodiac, I like that one. Panic Room, I thought that was okay, but not necessarily on the level of, I want to keep watching this multiple times, because I've only seen that once. And The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, I haven't really felt like seeing that more than once. Not that it was a terrible movie, but I don't know. Alien 3 is one of those movies that I would watch again. And that Mindhunters show that he did, that he was a producer on, that was really good. It's a shame they cancelled it though. Salman, like, one of the hardest things you've done was beating the time trial with gold and Stormy Accent and Crash Bandicoot. You can say it was in a lifetime run. I mean, you don't want to do it again. Go for the achievement again with a different profile. E-Tone, yeah, you're lucky to have a friend that builds PCs professionally and will do it for you for free. Oh, hell yeah, E-Tone. That's really cool. It's good when you have that available to you. Mendes, last week you also watched Alien Romulus. You really enjoyed it. It had some flaws, but it's the best Alien movie after the first two. Without spoiling anything, it's also amazing how it implements ideas or lore from the previous movies. Yeah, I actually got spoiled, not on Twitch or anything, but I got spoiled for that movie, which the chances of me watching that movie in the next 2 years is very, very minimal, so, you know, it doesn't really matter ultimately. But the director of it, Fede Alvarez, actually liked the remake of Evil Dead. And also, what was the name of it? Shit. I was just about to say the name of it, and then I forgot the name of it. Oh, man. What's the name of that movie that he did where these three characters break into this guy's house? They think it's going to be an easy rob, but it ends up being this crazy white dude. What? Don't Breathe, that's it. Yep. That's the one, Mendes. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. I didn't see the sequel, though, as yet, but I did like that movie, Don't Breathe. Mendes, last week you also watched... Oh, I already read that, whoops. Saman, you may have asked this before, but are you going to do a series for Resident Evil games as well? Not this year, unfortunately, Saman, yeah. But I do want to do a playthrough of Resident Evil 3, the original, to celebrate its 25th anniversary. And yeah, that'll be the only Resident Evil game I'll be able to get to. I did earlier in the year do a stream of Resident Evil 2 Remake because I wanted to work on getting through one of the scenarios on hardcore mode. But yeah, I'd love to do a marathon of Resident Evil, but there's no way I'd be able to fit it in before the year ended. Saman, if you're going to do a Resident Evil series, just as you know, there's a bundle in Humble Bundle with almost all of the RE games for just $30. I'm not sure if it's still available, but worth checking out. That is really cool because that's a lot of games, and to get them at that price, that's cool. I did want to actually get the recently released original versions of Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. So I don't know if they're included in that or not, but I think they have some special features on those as well, where you can look at artwork and stuff, I think. Saman, Resident Evil 0, RE HD, RE2 Remake, 3 Remake, Resident Evil 4, RE5 Gold, 6, 7 Gold, Revelations, anything Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2, all for Steam. RE OG and RE2 OG are available in GOG, and soon RE3. Oh, so RE3 isn't yet available on GOG. Well, that's a shame. Hopefully, by the time I get to October, it'll be. But if not, I've got another version I can use. Oh yeah, Saman, that's fair enough. Yeah, I've got the RE4 remake on PlayStation 5.
The inscription reads, "One night, in dreaming, came to me the spirit of the Sphinx. In his passing, he spoke unto me words of great wisdom. Tutmosis, here is your true destiny. This land of Egypt is forever yours to rule. In return, protect me always from the sands of time. As you are, I must be free from head to toe, so that we both may see the divine beauty of creation."
I like that. I can never, ever, ever not think anymore of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time from 2003 whenever I hear Lara say in this game, Sands of Time. These just associations that you create that are just like, you know, the term Sands of Time, I'm sure, was used many times before that game came out in 2003, but just having such a strong connection with that game, because I really did love it a lot. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time creates this strong association with those words, so that when I hear Lara in this game say Sands of Time, I can't help but think of that game as well. But Mendez, Evil Dead 2013 is great. Thin on character development, but really atmospheric and terrifying. One of the goriest movies you've ever seen. And Jane Levy did a hell of a performance portraying Mia. Yeah. The thing about the remake of Evil Dead is, does it have the directorial style of Sam Raimi? Does it have the very gritty, low budget, rough around the edges, independent movie vibe about it? No, it doesn't. And the thing about the original Evil Dead, or The Evil Dead as it's fully titled, is that that kind of style and how it is and how it looks can't be redone, because you can't go back to the 1980s, late 70s, early 80s, when they were filming it, to actually recreate that kind of thing again. So I think with a remake of Evil Dead, it was always going to be very difficult to try and copy the original. So I do appreciate where they did make changes and tried to take different approaches and all this kind of stuff. Now, the original The Evil Dead, the reason that they're there at the cabin, we don't know. There's no real explanation. But that's not important, and it doesn't have to be important. By the same token, I don't mind in the remake that they come up with a reason for why they actually are going to the cabin. I don't mind that, you know. So in the original, you don't know why they're going there, apart from the fact that they just want to have a good time. You know, they just want to have fun and have a good time. So they're going to go to a cabin in the woods for the weekend, you know. In the remake, you have a character who has been trying to get off drugs, and they're basically going through withdrawals, and their friends are taking them to the old cabin in the woods, which, by the way, she has a brother, and their parents actually own the cabin. So there's another thing about the cabin that wasn't in the original movie. We don't know who owns the cabin. We don't know if the people in the movie know the person who owns it. Nothing like that. But in the remake, it's the parents of this character Mia and her brother. Is it David? So you got that connection. But the thing that's great is that it's not just giving a reason to go to the cabin for a reason, just to put a reason there, you know. It actually plays into the narrative, because when the shit hits the fan after the passages from the book have been read out loud and the entity has been given permission to possess the living, when Mia, who is going through withdrawals from the drugs, is saying that there's some weird shit going on, they don't believe her, because they just think it's the withdrawals talking. And I really like that aspect, you know. It's taking something that is very understandable for the other characters at that point to be thinking, but we as the audience know that that's not the case, that she's not just seeing shit and hearing shit. She actually is, like, there is something there, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So I like that about it as well. And I really liked how unapologetically gory it was, like right from the opening scene. And it tells you so much. Like, that wasn't in the original. There was no scene at the start that gave you a heads up onto what the evil was doing, what the person possessed would look like. The idea that someone who's possessed can 1 minute be completely fine, and then the next they're just demonic and whatever. They know your fears, they know the things that make you tick and all that kind of stuff. So I really like the remake for that as well. Is it as good as the original? Does it match the original? Does it surpass the original? No, of course not, because the original is like a time capsule of a movie. We'll never again see a movie done that way, looking that way, with that style to it. We just won't, you know. It's just, you could emulate it, you might get AI to get close, you know, make things look similar, but you just can't get the 100% same kind of product with a remake that you did with the original. So yeah, but yeah, I don't think all remakes have to follow the original. At the same time, though, they shouldn't just go gung-ho, because then it's like, well, at what point does it stop becoming a remake and start becoming its own thing anyway? Therefore, why even name it the same thing as the original version if it's going to be completely different, you know? But there's definitely similarities with the remake of Evil Dead and the original, but they're more just in terms of like formula stuff. They're not in terms of like visuals or how things look, the acting and stuff, you know, because it was just a bunch of friends, you know, getting together and making a movie is pretty much the vibe. And it turned into a long slog of a production because they had all these things to deal with. They had actors that had to leave, so they had to come up with creative ways to use body doubles and other people and themselves to actually play the part of actors who had already played some of the role, and they had to fill in their shoes and try to match nothing quite matches the same, but I think it works well because it's like you're dealing with possessed people, so it's okay if a possessed person doesn't look exactly the same in one possessed scene to the next, but you can really tell, you can really see the seams between things as well. So man, on the Japanese version, you can save without having an ink ribbon, you think. And you think Resident Evil OG and RE2 OG are in 2-type, Japanese and US version. Well, that's good that you can save without having an ink ribbon. Mendes, you also enjoyed Don't Breathe, but you don't remember much of it. Yeah, I thought it was okay. Like, it's not groundbreaking or anything, but I did like it. So, man, you only played Resident Evil 2 Remake, 3 Remake, REHD, and RE0. RE2R was your very first RE game. Oh, was it? Oh, that's cool. That it was your first one. Yeah, my first game that I actually played in the series was 3, the original. Hey there, welcome. Ah, yes, the great Tomb of the Raider. Well, just kidding. But you love these games in the movie with Angelina Jolie. I don't blame you, I really liked that movie. I thought it was good. Like, it's not amazing or anything, but I really enjoyed it. The second one, not as much, but I think she made a great Lara as well. She also got down the attitude of the character really well, and there's certain things that she does that the original Lara Croft did too, like certain ways she raises her eyebrows at certain moments, or raises an eyebrow at certain moments. You get things like that in the movie where she does that. So, man, a great lore. Yeah. And that's something that's really cool about a lot of stuff, is how much detail goes into these backstories and stuff sometimes. Mendes Fede Alvarez also did The Girl in the Spider's Web. You didn't watch that, but you watched and really enjoyed Finch's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Yeah, I never even saw the original versions of those, let alone the remakes and stuff. But yeah, I didn't realize he did that. I thought that he hadn't done a movie since Don't Breathe 2. Like, Sands of Time is almost synonymous with Prince of Persia. Agree with you there, Legion. Yeah, it's just one of those things, when something comes along that really, really resonates with you, or that you really like a lot, it's understandable to think on that. It's like with certain bird sounds, especially early in the mornings. It always makes me think of the bird sounds early in the morning in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Especially when it's a similar kind of bird too. It just triggers a, sort of like a nostalgic memory kind of thing. Some aren't Sands of Time. You too, Legion, you love Sands of Time and cannot wait for the remake. The original was just such a great concept too. The ability to rewind your death to you couldn't rewind like hours worth of gameplay, obviously, but being able to do a little bit of a rewind after you made a mistake, that was really cool. Man, there's nothing quite like the original Evil Dead. You're not wrong there. Oh, absolutely. Hey there, DJ. Welcome on in. Mendes, why did Scotty decide to run? This is true. Yeah, I can't remember the exact quote. He's like, "She's your girlfriend. You take care of her. I'm leaving." But Shelley, she can't walk on that leg. Like before, later fans would come along and categorize those films as campy horror comedy films. The very first Evil Dead was very much a horror in all the sense. It was truly terrifying to watch when you were 7. Oh, I could imagine, like that scene where Cheryl, when she's possessed and she reveals it for the first time, like that is really, really creepy shit. Like I love how subtle it begins, and then it just goes full on boom, and she's like, I think that's still the best possessed character reveal in the Evil Dead series, actually. In the original, when Cheryl reveals that she's been possessed for the first time.
Why have you disturbed our sleep? Awakened us from our ancient slumber. You will die, like the others before you. One by one, we will take you.
That's my impression of Cheryl possessed from the original Evil Dead. But yeah, that was just really, really creepy. That whole part. DJ, to be honest, there could be something more in this level. Yeah, Yeah, there's a lot of like empty spaces, I guess, too, as well. Like big open, spaces. Man, there's all 5 members of the original Evil Dead cast: Ash, Cheryl, Scotty, Linda, Shelley, returned to reprise their roles in the Evil Dead game 41 years after its release, which is crazy. All that for the game to die a year and a half later. That's the thing, right? Like, you don't know what can happen. Like, people can pass away in like 40 years' time. You know what I mean? So, on that level alone, to have people still alive all that time later, and for them to actually be willing to reprise their roles, like, that is really cool. It's like with Sigourney Weaver with Alien Isolation. Like, she didn't have to do that game. Like, it's not a big role. Like, it's not a game that adapts Alien and she's the main character or anything. But the fact that she was willing to actually record new dialogue for the character for that game was just really, really cool, And so I really like when that can happen as well. So that's cool, Mendes, that they all came back all that time later. But yeah, it's a shame how that didn't last as well, because it seemed like they were getting a lot of fan favorite stuff to be put in there too. Like, it's the same for you with the actors of Obi-Wan and Anakin returning to reprise their roles. It adds a high level of nostalgia. That is so true, and it also helps a lot because then, like, you can't help it sometimes when there's like an actor change, of course, but if you can get the same people to come back to play the same character, it definitely can add that nostalgia, but it also helps create a continuity that is really good, you know? Like, and there's some things where it doesn't ultimately matter, like the James Bond series, there's been so many actors that played the character that it doesn't matter that they don't all look exactly the same, But the only way you could do that, of course, is if you did it, like, let's say you wanted to do an animated adaptation of all the James Bond stories, then you could make the character look the same for every single movie, like for every single adaptation, But yeah, getting the original actors back to reprise their roles can be really, really good. Mendes Shelley's actress reprised her role, but she only did one scene in a recording where Scotty is talking to her. You'd imagine she was originally going to be an actual playable character. Oh yeah, with Shelley, yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I know that they've appeared at conventions and stuff in the years since the games, and obviously that's a bit different than actually recording for, a game or a movie or whatnot, but yeah. Something I would have liked to have seen in video game form was Ash versus Evil Dead. Like, I could imagine it as a side-scrolling beat-em-up hack and slash, but done in like retro style, 2D graphics as well, to be sort of like looking like a retro horror old school video game, and having the 3 playable characters, and having Ash, Pablo, and is it Dana? I think Dana is the name. Yeah, is it Dana, or am I confusing the actress's name with her character's name? But yeah, it would have been cool to have something like that. That's what I would have liked to see anyway. Ah, there we go, Mendez. Yeah, so I got confused. So Kelly is the name of the character, but her name is Dana De Lorenzo. Thought so. Thanks for the clarification. Mendez, Linda is only in the game in her demon form as the announcer for the demon side, and in one of the single-player missions reimagining her possessed scene from Evil Dead 2. Cool. I always love that part in Evil Dead 2 where when the head of his possessed girlfriend falls in his lap and she's like, "Hello, lover boy," and then bites into his hand. Like, there's just some very, very funny moments in that movie, especially too when they're trying to get the Deadite under the in the fruit cellar, and they're trying to get the lid, not the lid, the hatch closed, and they jump on it, and then the eyeball flies out, and then ends up going in that woman's mouth, and she coughs it up. You know, just stuff like that in Evil Dead 2. Like, you want to see Arvan Georgia as Altair battle it out against Ghassan Masood as Al-Mualim. That would be so cool. Not too sure about those like, I've never heard of those actors' names, but it would be cool to see something like that. Yes, Aman. Good one. Can you pet that bull? I mean, you could try. You might not survive, but you could try. You never know. Maybe petting it would actually calm it down. Hey there, Star. Welcome. How's it going? Nearly got out again, Now that was close. That was very close. And very you instead. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely in that movie, Evil Dead 2. That scene, though, with Ash, where he's basically fighting his possessed hand, and he's doing, like, flips, because the hand is, you know, trying to kill him and all that kind of stuff. It's just so funny. And when he actually finally gets it cut off, and then he puts the bucket over it, and the book that says A Farewell to Arms, you know, just the humor and stuff in that movie is just so good. Star, you've never seen the movie? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely got a lot of moments like that in it. Even though it's a sequel, the first part of it is actually a remake of the first movie, except in shorter form. And then where the first movie ends, where, spoiler alert, Ash gets hit by the evil, in the sequel, once the remake of the first movie is done and it ends and it starts, sorry, once the part of the second movie that's a remake of the first gets to the point where the evil hits Ash, the sequel carries on from that point, showing him being pushed through all these trees, and then he lands in a puddle of water, and then when he puts his head up, he's actually possessed temporarily himself. So yeah, the sequel is a little bit of a remake at the start of the first movie, but then it continues on after that remake part is done, where the first movie left off. People originally were like, why are they going back? Why is he going back to the same cabin again after what happened in the first movie? It's like, well, because the first part of the second movie is remaking the first movie, except making it obviously a lot shorter. That's okay, Star. No problem at all. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. You're going to get some sleep. 210 here. Have a good time gaming. Thank you so very much, Star. I definitely will. And I hope that you have a really good sleep as well. It was a friend's favorite, was it? Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, it's actually a pretty interesting horror movie trilogy, because it ends up being a comedy at the end in the third movie, Army of Darkness, but with a little bit of horror. Whereas the first was horror, the second was comedy horror, and then the third was like comedy with some horror. Saman, you're supposed to say no. You did get the meme right. Can I pet that dog? No, Saman. No, I haven't. I don't know the meme through text alone. I might have actually seen it, but yeah. Mendes Evil Dead Rise is also great, but felt unnecessary, other than introducing Beth and the idea of multiverses. Yeah, that was something I was thinking with the end of the remake, how you hear Ash and you see him. I was thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up making it that there's, a multiverse. Lizzie, you're telling to finish a bunch of games so another year doesn't... Oh, you're trying to finish a bunch of games so another year doesn't go by and your friends are still questioning on when you'll finish them. Oh, well, that's fair enough, Lizzie. At the same time, though, continually asking someone when they're going to finish a game, that could probably get annoying after a while. So, man, being a gamer is hard, to be honest. What should you play is hashtag world's first problem for a gamer. Mendes, it's interesting how Ash vs. Evil Dead treats both Evil Dead 1 and Evil Dead 2 as canon. Yeah, and what about Army of Darkness though? Does it also... Or do they have to be careful with that because of rights issues? Which sounds weird, I know, right? Like, but wasn't there something... Because I know that Universal was behind Army of Darkness, whereas they weren't behind Evil Dead 1 and 2. So I don't know if Ash vs. Evil Dead had the rights to use stuff from Army of Darkness or not. Saman, do you always blame Lara if she misses a jump or doing what she's not supposed to do? Only in a comedic way. Not seriously, though. Like, I might say, Lara, why are you doing that for? Like, why, Lara? Why'd you do that? Mendes, Season 1 and 2, they had only vague mentions of Army of Darkness. Season 3 was when they were actually able to acquire the license for Army of Darkness. There is a theory that Evil Dead 2013 exists because of Ash actually dying when he was attacked in Evil Dead 1, so Mia becomes the protagonist of her own multiverse. Okay, that's interesting. So Mia becomes the protagonist of her own multiverse. So how would one affect the other though? Although I guess, yeah. I mean, unless there was a thing where Mia's father was actually maybe like the brother of Ash, and maybe Ash had told his brother that he was going to go to this cabin in the woods with his friends, and so his brother, to try and like commemorate his passing, basically buys the cabin. Also, I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box. Same thing with Beth in Evil Dead Rise, though Ash is not mentioned. I see, yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? When you're dealing with a book that can teleport you to different time periods, I definitely don't mind them coming up with an extra thing where it can actually take you not only to different time periods, but actually different universes and stuff. So I think that's the clever thing about the Necronomicon, is that they can use it in that way. It doesn't strictly have to be you can only go to different time periods. You can also go to different universes as well. Mendez, yes, could be something like that. So in theory, Ash, Mia, and Beth would never be able to cross paths with one another in their own universe. Yeah, that's definitely fair as well. That would also help prevent any complicated kind of like, you know, paradoxes and stuff to have to worry about. Kind of like they're all in their own kind of like sandbox. But there's similarities between each one, where there's like, you know, the book, there's the entity, there's the reciting of the passages to allow the entity to possess people, the cabin in the woods, you know, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, AC, that's no trouble at all, dude. Thank you once again for the raid. Muchly appreciated. I hope that you have a great rest. And thank you for the amazing day wishes and a wonderful rest of the stream. Thank you so very much, AC. I hope you have a good one. Definitely catch you again soon. Alright, so this is a really fucking annoying part of this level. There's a series of underwater tunnels, and it's basically a maze underwater, and there's switches that you have to get to open up doors, and then you have to remember how to get back to where you might have seen that door when it was closed to know that it's the same door that you've just opened, and then all this kind of stuff. So it's a very complicated and very friggin' annoying part of this level. It's my least favorite part of this game, doing this part. So it could take anywhere between 10 to 30, 40 an hour to get it done. Wayne, have you played through The Last of Us? I have, yeah. I played through the remaster on the PS4 back in 2020, but I haven't played the remake, and I haven't played the game more than once though.
Hello, Danny. Come and play with us. Come and play with us, Danny. Forever and ever and ever.
Red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression from The Shining, Dr. Darling. Hello, Danny. Come and play with us. Come and play with us, Danny. Forever and ever and ever. Dr. Darling, you've been waking up with terrible back pains for the past 3 months. Takes a while for them to go away once you get out of bed. Really sorry to hear about that, dude. And 3 months, that is a very long time. Like, 12 weeks worth of time. And on the day by day and stuff. Hopefully, you'll get some kind of, relief with that. But yeah, that'd be really tough. Wayne, nice. Was just wondering. Got Part 1 remake today. Oh, cool. Yeah, if I was to, like, when I do play that game again, I'll probably play the remake instead. Like, I can understand people who have bought the other versions before the remake not wanting to get the remake because it's like, why should I buy the remake? But as someone who doesn't own even the original version or the remastered version, I don't mind jumping straight to the remake. Dr. Darling, maybe you are getting old. Well, the funny thing about that is it makes me think of a quote from Commando where Bennett is like, "You're getting old, John." And then Arnie's like, "Bullshit." And then they, punch, 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 punch. Mendez, and you understand having that feeling when you have so many games to play. Yeah, me too as well, Mendez. It's like, I've got 12 Tomb Raider games, 17 Assassin's Creed games, 3 Watch Dogs games. Then there's like, other games I do annual playthroughs for, like GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 and Detroit Become Human and Call of Cthulhu, and then you got anniversary playthroughs where it's like 10 games are celebrating a 10th anniversary, 5 are celebrating a 15th, 2 are celebrating a 25th, and then you got like, a 20th one. Is like so many games to get through. DJ, thank you so very much for the raid. You raided because the best part of the game. Yes, this part with the underwater tunnels is just really, really hell. Absolutely loathe it. Thank you so much for the raid, DJ. So, with the Tomb Raider level editor, what were you doing at the moment? Were you sort of like, do you do your own levels too? Or were you working on like a full game that someone had done? Man, that's bullshit. And then he throws a punch. You love Commando. I do too. It's such a good movie, that one. Such a classic Arnie movie. Like, if you want to get a classic Arnold movie, definitely watch Commando. 1985. So it had been a few years by that point since he did Conan the Barbarian and the first Terminator. Well, not necessarily for the first Terminator because that was 1984. But he definitely had done some really classic movies already by that point. Hey there, Pyro. How's things? DJ right now playing. Oh yeah? Oh cool. Well, I hope it's going well. Hey there, Inmita. I'm doing really good, thank you, dude. How about yourself? How's your day going? Inmita, good to hear. All good, just arrived at your workplace. How's Tomb Raider going? Oh, that's good, Inmita. I really hope that you have a good work shift today as well. Tomb Raider's going good. I'm going to be finishing the last revelation, and right now on this part of the game where you have this underwater maze, essentially, with different switches at different points that open hatches that you need to work your way through in order to get one of the key items you need. So yeah, it's definitely my least favorite part of the game, but making good progress. Hey there, Shaky. How's things going today? Cheers, Inmita, yeah. So I'll be very glad when this part's over, because then I don't have to do it again until next playthrough. Dr. Darling, you mean the 25th anniversary playthrough in a few weeks? This is true. Yeah, I don't know when I'll do it, but it's definitely on the cards. Mendez, you dislike this section too. Your memory tried its best to erase it. I don't blame you at all, Mendez. It's just so frustrating. To be fair, this time around, I'm not doing too badly, but it is very, very easy to get lost because you've got multiple instances where you can go up, down, left, and right. And when you go up, you can go left, right, and then if you go down instead, you can go right and left. You know, it's just like, ugh. Inmita, got to go now, but you'll join again on your work break if you're still streaming. Have a great stream. See you. No worries at all, Inmita. Definitely understandable. I hope that you enjoy your day. I hope it goes well, and I'll still be streaming for a little bit yet. If I can finish this game relatively quickly, then I might start Chronicles today as well. I've got it ready to go if I need to, but I don't know if I'll get through this game with enough time to want to do a stream of Chronicles, but we'll see how it goes. Hey there, Tech. Watching Willow for the fun of it. You think it's rather good. You hear it often otherwise. Never actually saw that since I was a kid. I was probably like really young when I saw Willow. I was probably like 6 years old or something, but I don't really have a lot of memories of it from back then, and I haven't really looked up much about it as an adult all these years later either. So all I remember is that Warwick Davis is in it and that Val Kilmer is in it, and yeah, that's all I remember. Something about a baby that they're saving that the evil queen or something, or evil person wants for some reason or something. Tech watching this than seeing episode 1 of Star Wars was a trip because he's in the crowd as a spectator. That is true, yeah. Yeah. And he was also Wicket in Return of the Jedi, the Ewok. Alright, so we've finally got the final room in that maze underwater where we get this, but now I have to make my way back to the actual start of this maze. Here we go. This is back where we first entered that maze-like underwater area. Shit, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Alright, time to save once I make this first jump. And then when I make the next jump. Alright, now if I fall, I don't have to do the same couple of steps over and over again. I just have to do this one step over and over again. There we go. Alright, so there's one more of these to do. Tech, did you hear about the ploy played by the Ewoks in Return of the Jedi Episode 6? They pretended to all quit for working conditions, threatening the film, then all came back with matching shirts. It was either Attack of the Ewoks or Return of the Ewoks. Oh, really? Yeah, I had no idea about that. Yeah, I didn't realize that that's what they did. Man, this didn't take too long, but now to find the exit. Yeah, I'm surprised it didn't take an hour to get through that part. It's good when things work out.
Allah be praised. For a moment I thought I was dead for sure. Please, for your own safety, take these keys and hide in the pyramid of Minkari. Save yourself from these abominations.
Dr. Darling? Ah, yes, the pyramids. Well, rest in peace, Lara. Thanks for redeeming that. Dr. Darling, a leap of fail from the top will do. No worries at all, dude. Absolutely. Alrighty then. Time to see about doing a leap of fail off the pyramid. Let's see where I can get the most sliding down before doing a dive. Alright, so I'd need to get down to that one. There we go, Dr. Darling. A few variations on doing a leap of fail. I couldn't get to the very, very top of the pyramid, but there we go. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Dr. Darling, poor Lara. All she wanted was to visit the pyramids. Exactly. That's all. But then, for some reason, she decided to run, jump, and slide down a pyramid and then do a dive and then break her neck. Dr. Darling, which is a good thing because Set won't be resurrected. Well, if he doesn't get resurrected to then get destroyed again, then he'll still win. So for him, it would be game, set, and match. I like that. They can't be knocked off. Never thought to try that before. Shaky Medipack redeemed. Nah, bro, any last requests, pig? Yeah, loosen the knot and let me go. And it's so funny in that movie how the guy who's doing the hanging actually wants to, you know, accommodate that request. Looking at the warden pleadingly. Dr. Nelling, that would be 500,000 points. It's like, that's a hefty points price. Now, bro, slaps him in the head. Of course you're not going to let him go. Shaky, you could do 1,000. Yeah. Yeah. But no, if I was to do a channel point reward where, and it wouldn't be you could redeem it when I had full health, you know, it'd be like, as long as I have health packs, of course. But it'd be like, okay, Rod, I've redeemed, you need to use a health pack even though you've got full health. Good one, Shaky. Live in peace, Laura. I mean, as long as I have health packs, of course. This is true. Because no doubt by the time it's been redeemed quite a lot, I'll be like, oh damn, I've got 0 health packs that can't do it. Dr. Darling, you spent 250,000 in Valhalla to stare at the map for 50 minutes. This is true. Yeah, when I played Assassin's Creed Valhalla recently, I had the channel point reward where it was 50,000 points, and I'd go into the settlement and use photo mode on the Alliance map, and just basically leave the photo mode on that map for 10 minutes of real time, as part of a whole meme thing that was going on. Shaky, ouch. Yeah, that's definitely a lot of points. Yeah, 50,000 per redeem. Stan, who puts this many traps in a tomb? The Trap Planter. Lara's arch nemesis. The Tomb Raider versus the Trap Planter. Shaky, Egyptians. They didn't want people getting into their tombs, so they're like, let's put some traps here. Stan shakes fist. When Lara was born from her mother, was she called a womb raider? And when she goes to a hair salon, is she called a comb raider? A comb raider. Nice one. Good use of emotes there, Shaky. Another good use, Shaky, would be the, let me see, I think it's the Angry Lara. Stan, oh, to be a trap producer in the age of Egyptians, you would be so rich. Oh yeah, it'd be well sought after. It's like, yeah, we need to protect this area, we need to get a really solid trap that's going to make people not want to actually go ahead with the robbing of the tomb. What do you got for us? Stan, Hand's business card for all your trap needs. If it isn't in our trap, it doesn't exist. Don't be fooled by all the other so-called trap makers there. This is the only true business you need to invest in. Good one, Shaky. Lara's got like 3 hands. Nice one, Shaky. Clear Traptra. Stan? Oh dang, Almu Alim's voice actor died. Oh really? Oh, that's a shame. That sucks. He was pretty good. I don't remember hearing him in a lot of stuff. The only other game I heard him in was in Dead Rising 1. He plays one of the psychopaths. He's the leader of the cult in the theater in the mall. Holy shit, Stan. I didn't actually realize that was the same guy. Because I remember seeing earlier that the actor for Splinter had died in the original animated series, but I didn't realize it was the same actor who played Al-Mualim, so I was wrong. There was more than just Assassin's Creed 1 and Dead Rising 1 that I actually heard him perform in. Damn. According to IMDb, he voiced in 175 productions. That is a lot. And then you had James Earl Jones as well, who died recently. The voice of Darth Vader. He was such a good actor too. He was in a lot of movies that I remember watching growing up, like The Sandlot. He played the neighbor of one of the kids in that movie, and he had this big dog that they were all afraid of. I'm pretty sure he was in that movie. And Field of Dreams was Kevin Costner, about this guy who hears this voice telling him, if you build it, they will come. And Mufasa in Lord of the Rings, in Lion King, Thulsa Doom in the original Conan the Barbarian movie, the Coming to America movies, he was in that too, as Eddie Murphy's character's father. He was also in some of the Tom Clancy movie adaptations too. I think he was even in The Hunt for Red October, as well as Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger. Stan, did you know James Earl Jones never met Carrie Fisher until The Big Bang Theory made them feature in an episode? Because JEJ was always in booth and Carrie Fisher was in set. And when Carrie Fisher saw him in The Big Bang Theory set, she went, "Dad!" Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? Like, it's very easy to just assume that all actors who are involved in a project all get together between takes or, outside of filming and recording and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's some actors just never ever see each other. Like Michael Biehn, who played Kyle Reese in Terminator, and also the deleted scene in Terminator 2, he never actually met Arnold on the set of the Terminator. Like, I don't think he even met him as a quick hello or something, because they weren't really. Well, I mean, he probably did say a quick hello, but they didn't really talk much because he was only in a few scenes where he was actually interacting with Michael Biehn. Because at the end of the movie, he's just an endoskeleton, no flesh or anything. So, Michael Biehn's acting with a animatronic at that point. Oz Jim, welcome on in. He was also in Kevin Costner's Field of Dreams. That's true, yeah. Yeah, I think he was also in The Sandlot as well, which in Australia I think was called The Sandlot Kids, but he played a neighbour who had this dog that was really, really vicious. Well, they thought it was vicious, I can't remember now, if it actually was or not. Hey there, Senny, good evening. How's it going? Welcome on in. Tomb Raider's going well. Yeah, we're in the final few levels, actually, so I'll be finishing it in this stream. But it's been going well. There was a whole section with an underwater maze, which was very annoying, but thankfully it didn't actually take me too long to get through. There's a series of tunnels underwater that go in different directions, and you have switches you need to pull and open up other doors, and then you need to find a special item at the end of it, and then you need to figure out where you started from in the first place again. So it's very, very complicated, but thankfully it didn't take too long. How's things going with you today, dude? How'd you go with the museum as well? I hope you and Levy had a great time there. Crooked, underwater levels. Everyone's favourite. That's good you got past that quick. You're doing well. Didn't go to the museum after all, but you checked out a new Korean restaurant that opened here. The food was delicious. Had a rice bowl with marinated beef and veggies, and Levy had a kimchi soup. Oh dude, that sounds absolutely delicious for sure. That's a shame that you weren't able to go to the museum, but it's great that you still had a wonderful time, and to try out a new restaurant too as well. You never know going in whether it's going to be good or not, so it's good that they ended up having some really good food. And you're not wrong there. Yeah, everyone loves water levels. It's like horror games with sewer levels. Like, sewer levels are just the most amazing levels ever. You know, more games that aren't even horror games should also have sewer levels, you know. Even if it's a game like Gordon Ramsay's, you know, Chef Maker or whatever, you know, have a level where he gets stuck in a sewer and has to, you know, try and survive cooking food in the sewer, you know, like things like that. Where's the sewer sauce? Where's the sewer sauce? Ozjim makes you wonder if the ancient tombs really had traps and tunnels like in these games. Yeah, well that's the thing. Like I think some of the actual tombs did have traps, but I think there was also a mixed bag. Like in terms of curses and stuff. I think I remember reading that a lot of the stuff about curses, about tombs and stuff, was actually done by rival. Like was actually paid for by certain people to make sure that their rivals didn't go and take away their glory or something. Something along those lines anyway. Crooked, lots of tunnels and hidden passages. A lot of them haven't been discovered yet either apparently, but elaborate booby traps not so much. That's crazy to think though, like, you know, a lot of fiction makes you think that at every turn there was like a trap in a tomb, whether it was like a dart or a like poison dart or a spike trap or, you know, something like that. The sewer levels in Witcher 1 were also fantastic. Oh, they were great, weren't they? Especially when there's an enemy that has an item that if you don't pick up the item and loot it, the item gets despawned out of the game after a while, and you can't go back and get it, and too bad it's an item that you actually need to actually finish the quest. Hey there, Raid, welcome. You're of the belief that game developers can put sewer levels in their games if they go into an actual sewer for research. Yeah, and see what it's really like in the sewers. And at least they can understand a fraction of the pain they put us through. Yeah, it's sort of like, you know, do that kind of research to that level and that extent to really feel what it's like. Good, that's the best. Oh, it really is. I love it when they do that. They can't even have just the item still be there and the dead body of the enemy just disappear. Oh no, the item has to disappear too. Oh yes, Senny, that's no worries at all, dude. I hope that the run goes well. Stan, there is poop in this sewer. Would you like to check another one for research? Oh, that would be amazing, Stan. Actually, when I think about it, you've even got a sewer level in Batman Arkham Asylum, which can be annoying, but I think it's probably the least annoying sewer level in a video game. Then you got the sewer levels in the original NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which are so fun. Right, so you're playing Watch Dogs Legion, you're casually driving along the road, and your car explodes literally out of nowhere, killing your modded operative. Good thing you had a save from an hour before, but damn it, that's bullshit. That is, dude, that's really annoying when shit like that happens. Without any, you know, reason in the game, it's just a random occurrence. Like, that's really annoying. Jim, so life you needed it, you have reload from a save. Yeah, well that's true. You know, it's definitely good to have a save that's relatively close to where you die. Dr. Darling, no thanks. Resident Evil games have enough sewer areas. They really do, Dr. Darling. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Right, so you guess you're turning permadeath off for the rest of the game. I don't blame you if you do, to be honest. I've probably only done one playthrough, I think, with permadeath on. And yeah, I mean, it's really handy to have it off, especially if you know, you're down to one operative and you haven't got another one as yet. Raid, what happened was one of the delivery drones accidentally dropped its cargo on you, and all of the crates it could have been, it had to be a red one. Ah, that is really unlucky. Like, bloody hell. Like, of course it'd be something like that. That's... man. Really, really frustrating. Hello, Biko. Welcome on in. Good morning. How's your day going so far? Jim, why anyone plays on perma is beyond you. All the time wasted. I mean, yeah, like, how many hours of gameplay you might have put in. The thing about Watch Dogs Legion, thankfully, is that you can keep up a steady sort of like amount of recruits. But the annoying thing can be you've found the best recruit of your game and they end up dying and you lose them. So then you have to spend more time trying to find, hopefully, another NPC that actually has that kind of stats and that type of skill, you know. But if you don't care for that stuff and you've got plenty of recruits, then they can be very expendable as well. But yeah, some games where it's like there's only one character and then boom, dead, restart. It's definitely very frustrating at times. I've done that with a few of the reboot Tomb Raider games. Actually, I've done it with all three of them, where it's like, die, restart the whole game. You going okay, Biko? Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. We're on the final levels of this game, so I'll be finishing the last revelation today. Jimmy, don't get that. Some games are tense already, even without perma. That's true. Yeah, there's definitely aspects of games where it makes you feel like you're bashing your head against the wall without it having to be something extra on top as well, you know. Yeah, Biko. Yeah, it's good to make that progress because I do have a lot of Tomb Raider games to get to, and this is the 4th one. So I'll have 9... No, I won't. I'll have 8 games left after this one's finished. There's a few games that come to mind where a monkey can actually help you, or a creature like a monkey. You've got this game with that monkey that just helped us there. You've got Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, where there's some kind of monkey thing that you need to get the help of to open the dungeon. And then in Secret of Monkey Island, you got to get the monkeys to help you with certain things too. Raid, don't forget the monkeys in Twilight Princess. Never actually finished that game. I don't remember where I got up to, but it was still very, very early. Eek, eek, Guybrush loses 1 banana health point. Christ, good my lord. Right, in the first dungeon, Link has to free a bunch of captured monkeys that help him get to the dungeon boss. Oh yeah! Yeah, it's cool that they reuse that kind of thing. Yeah, Jim, Thunderstorm in a Tomb, come on. Yeah, it's funny how the sound effects of that are coming through. Tech, looking forward to your Watch Dogs stream Friday. You think that's when it is? That's true, Tech, yeah, on Friday. I'll be finishing off Evil Within first. I've got 2 chapters left of Evil Within, so that'll be the first game on Friday. And then when I finish that, I'll do another stream of Watch Dogs 1. And then moving forward, it'll just be Watch Dogs 1 every Friday. Although in October, if I'm still playing that game, it might actually change days, because I've got horror games to fit into the schedule in October. Ray, what exactly is the appeal of playing Watch Dogs with only the music being audible? I'm a big fan of music in games, and I like to play through the games that I love the music of with just the music, because there's sometimes a lot of bits of the music that don't come through because sound effects are covering it or dialogue is covering it at the time. And while I could just go and listen to it on YouTube, there's also something about playing a game and hearing the music while doing certain things in the game. Like, for example, playing a game where there's a big massive chase sequence with explosions going off and all that kind of stuff. To actually play a segment like that with just the music allows me to really feel a great sense of like epicness with not only the music itself but also what's happening in the game and what I'm actually doing as well. So there's also that. In terms of doing it as like a playthrough on stream, I just like to pay tribute to that element of certain games as well, especially games that have a soundtrack that I really, really enjoy as well. And with Watch Dogs, I'll be doing my annual playthrough as well. So that playthrough of music only is to celebrate its 10th anniversary, but I will be doing another playthrough as part of my annual Watch Dogs runs, and I'll have all the proper sound effects and all that kind of stuff for that one. But as part of doing that and celebrating the game's 10th anniversary in the annual playthrough, I'll also do realistic difficulty, which I've never done before. Watch Dogs is a pretty good game, especially if you roleplay it. The John Wick roleplay looks pretty cool, basically a lot of slow-mos and parkour, takedowns, etc. You yourself jack the difficulty up and play as a fragile hacker. Well, that's a good way to do it, Tech. Yeah, it's cool when games give you that opportunity to play things in a very specific way as well. But yeah, using the focus mode is definitely really cool, especially if you're using it also when driving as well. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of really cool ways to hack things in Watch Dogs that creates a lot of fun, especially in Watch Dogs 2 when you can call police and other gangs on NPCs randomly and all that kind of stuff, and the kind of sort of like shenanigans that end up happening. Dr. Darling, low precision, Gareth. You like how I kept doing circles? Was that a bolt? No way. Must have been the wind. Exactly. The wind was throwing those bolts. They wanted to hit him, but it was annoyed. Raid, it's a shame about the music in Watch Dogs 1 because all the worthwhile tracks are unreleased. Yeah, that can be annoying if you want to get every single bit of music for some of them to be unreleased tracks that aren't in the game as well. But yeah, I don't know which ones are and which ones aren't as well. But whatever music is in the game on its own is also really cool too. There's a lot of great tracks that I like. Biko, the weapons in this are amazing, better than the later games. Got a laser beam as well. That's true, yeah, laser beam. You've also got a revolver, and you can put the scope on that as well. And you've got different types of bolts as well. You got like your normal one, your poison one, and an explosive one. Hey there, train truck. That lovely tone she makes when free falling. It's funny too when it happens and you land in water as well. Hey there, Schiller. I'm doing good, thank you, dude. Things are going well. How about yourself? I hope you're doing well. Excellent, Schiller. That's great, dude. In the final few levels now, so I'll be finishing this game today. Raid, whilst cheating in Watch Dogs Legion, you found this little bit of metadata. Studies ancient Egypt. Research subject Bayek extensively. Nice little Easter egg that probably never been ever found. I certainly didn't, Raid. That's really cool. Thanks for pointing that out, because, yeah. Like, when I first played that game when it came out, I was intending to do a 100% playthrough, but I lost interest in getting all the collectibles and all that kind of stuff. And in the playthroughs since, I've never bothered trying to get all the collectibles again. But that's cool that they got that Easter egg for Bayek. Tech, you'll be damned if there is a bug alive taking a slug to the face and shrugging. Yeah, it's so funny in this game, like you're killing an insect with a shotgun blast and it's like one hit. What was that? Instead of like being one hit and big giant splat. Hey there, Code, welcome. The different jump of fails by design. This is so true. And also, you think you've made the jump, and you have, but then a big boulder comes at you and it's like, what? Raid, hey Rod, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the objective is to not fall in the pit. Oh, really? Oh, damn. I thought this was Pitfall. I thought that was the name of this game. Hey, Absolution. Oh no, I hope I don't fall. Do not fall. Enter at your own risk. Yeah, Dr. Darling, do not look down. Don't look down. Hey there, Drake. Unbanned again with Rod. 8 days till the big day. If you don't see you online, you know why. Absolutely Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster time. Yeah, Dr. Darling, splat. That was just a pebble. That's all it was. Drake, good one. The boulder is set on auto-aim. It really is. Code the heavy neck rub. Very heavy. The kind that you don't really want. Drake, don't make you call Chris. Yeah, Chris Redfield will punch those boulders. How's it going, Drake? Code, this is beginning to be on the same brutality level like Soldier of Fortune games. Never actually played those ones, Code, but what kind are they? Like first person, third person? Are they sort of like strategic kind of ones, or just basically run in there and enemies will just shoot you to the shit if you're not careful? Drake, you've been well, man. You just woke up from a 3-hour nap. Oh, that's good. Glad to hear that, Drake. I hope you've got some good rest there without 3 hours. Dr. Darling, you were away for Keeble for 5 minutes. You want me bad, baby. You want me bad. Thanks for redeeming that tech, that Arnie impression. What's that actually from? Code first person in shooting, exploding, burning, knife poking or throwing. all the fun stuff. All the wonderful time stuff.
Hello, ladies. Look at your man. Now back to me. Now back at your man. Now back to me. Sadly, he isn't me. But if he stopped using lady-scented body wash and switched to Old Spice, he could smell like his me.
Very good, Drake. Very good. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Ray used to joke about those kinds of commercials in high school. Oh yeah, with the Old Spice ones. Yeah, I don't think I ever actually saw one until years ago. Drake, you wish he can terrorize Australia with that quote. Scorpion wins. Fatality. And then Shao Kahn, when he does his fatality, he'd be like, you suck. Nice one, Raid, yeah. Scorpion wins. Fatality. Hey, Inmita, hello again. It's going well, thanks, dude. How about yourself? Getting closer to finishing. Oh, that's great, Mita. Glad to hear that it's going well and that work isn't busy for you. That's good. Drake, well, you have to go take a shower. You're going to the gym. I'll see you soon, man. Sorry, your stay was short. Oh, that's all good, Drake. That's understandable, dude. Doesn't matter if it's a short visit or a long visit. Thank you so much for popping into chat. I really hope you have a great session at gym and that you enjoy your day, dude. Sheila, will you start the next game today? Maybe, yeah. The game itself, Chronicles, the next one, it's actually shorter, but I wouldn't get it done in one stream today, that's for sure. But it would be good to get a head start on it, and then maybe tomorrow would be finishing the rest of it. There's some tricky sections and stuff in that as well. But if I can get that done this week, then it means on Monday I can start Angel of Darkness. And that one will probably take me 3 or 4 streams, I think. And then when we get into like Anniversary, Legend, and Underworld, I may, because by that point, it depends on how close to October I get, because I've got some horror stuff I want to fit in, and I'll probably change some of the days. And because some of the later games aren't as sort of like, because these old school ones, you've got no guide, like you can use a guide obviously, but you've got no maps in the game. Technically you do sometimes, but it's only for very specific things and not for like the overall layout of stuff. So there's a lot of time consuming things in the old games. But in the newer ones, when you get into Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, and then the Reboot Trilogy, I can get them done relatively quickly as well, depending on stuff. But it'd be good to get almost all the Tomb Raider games done before October. But what I think I'll do, in October, I'll change what days they're on, because I won't need as many days to get through the remaining Tomb Raider games that I'll be up to before October comes around. Right? Toasty, frosty, toasty, frosty, toasty, frosty. It's like, can't decide, indecisive, one or the other. Code, does the Australian Mortal Kombat have quotes like, better luck next time, Skippy? It's like, you fucking lost, cunt. Better luck next time, Skippy. You piece of shit. You can't fucking beat me, eh? Friggin' piece of shit. That's probably how it would go if one of the Mortal Kombat characters was Australian and shit talking. I mean, I think Kano was turned into an Australian, even though the actor who played him in the first movie wasn't actually Australian, but people thought that he was. He was actually British, but anyway. Drake, this is the part where you get banned again. Peace. See you later, banned Drake. Hey there, Percenter. Welcome. How's your day going today? That's right, Percenter. Yeah, Trevor Goddard. Yeah, he played Kano in the first Mortal Kombat movie. He unfortunately passed away at some point. Ray, there's some strange metadata in Watch Dogs Legion. You're looking through a list and you found a line that says, reads, anthropomorphic toaster fanfiction. Like, who comes up with this shit? That's a good question, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Tech Bro, it's a quote from the club scene in Wogboy Forever, an Australian comedy. Oh, yeah. I haven't seen any of those movies. Ironically, I'm very bad with Australian movies. I've only seen certain ones as well. So there's some that went by my radar and stuff. Percent to that 90s Mortal Kombat movie was great fun. In some ways better than the 2020s version with Joe Taslim. Still haven't seen that one, that newer one that they did. But I don't know. I've heard mixed stuff on that one. Hey Meaty, you watched a movie with aliens that come to Australia, but you forgot the title now. Obviously, they destroy the bridge in Sydney. Don't think I've seen that movie, actually. Yeah, Mars Attacks is a movie, but I don't think it'd be that movie though. Oh yeah, and Meaty, that's definitely no trouble at all. I don't know if I'll be still streaming when you get back, but here's a shout out for you, dude. Would like to highly recommend people check out Enmita's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, as well as Skyrim. And he's a great streamer with a really chill vibe too. So if you're a lurker and you like to have a stream where you can just chill out and relax and lurk, he's also a great streamer for that as well. And very friendly and also a great streamer, so recommend highly. Dick, would you say American cinema dominates most of the movies? You know we use a lot of foreign actors, but you don't get on the radar a lot of exotic films, mostly kind of find them by chance. Yeah, I mean, certainly for myself growing up, I saw more American movies and also more British movies growing up than I did Australian ones as well. And as I got older and watched other sorts of movies, like a lot of Arnold and Sylvester Stallone movies and all that kind of stuff, that's where I sort of went my direction was. And then I started watching, you know, movies from other countries as well, like Japan and like France and Italy and all that kind of stuff. And got to a point where I didn't really have a very picky thing with, you know, I only watch movies that are in English or something like that, because I don't mind watching movies with subtitles in English and the native language and stuff like that being spoken. But in terms of like Australian movies, like I go for more genre stuff as well. And there's definitely some movies that are more dramatic and aren't so much about, you know, action or sci-fi or horror. You know, some are just basically character stories, you know, about people struggling and going through difficulties and stuff, which I don't mind some of those, but they're not really movies I seek out. Like, if I'm at someone's place and they're watching one of those movies, I won't be like, turn this off, I don't like this kind of movie. I'll still sit and watch, because there might be some things in it that I do enjoy, but not enough to be like, I'm going to get this movie, I'm going to buy it now, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Troll, Independence Day? Might be. Yeah, I haven't seen that for a very long time, actually, Troll. Oh, that was the Opera House. Okay. Yeah, that's no worries at all, Troll. I couldn't remember either way, because I haven't seen that for a long time. Oh, that's okay, Amita. No trouble at all, dude. I really hope that you have a good one. Take Your Love, Mars Attacks, one of the best comedies ever. It's so funny, isn't it? Just a very funny moments. Like, you wouldn't think it was a Tim Burton movie necessarily. Like, there's a lot of wacky stuff that he puts in his movies that are in there, but overall, you could say it's definitely a little bit of a outside of his style kind of thing in many ways. Troll, actually, Bollywood movies dominate the market by volume alone. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've only seen a handful of them. I remember seeing one about these two brothers that got killed, and then decades later they get reincarnated again, and there's a spitting image of the previous generation, and the mother of the two brothers is still alive, and, you know, she can't believe that her sons have been reborn again, you know. But I can't remember the name of it, though. Oh, that's okay, Tech. That's no worries at all. Yeah, I mean, it's fine if it like, that's the name of a movie, and, you know, I'm aware of that and stuff. So that's all good. Take, you get a kick out of Bollywood superhero movies? You recommend The Skin We Live In to you? Very airy horror movie about revenge, lust, and obsession. Okay, The Skin We Live In. Definitely haven't heard of that one. There was a Hong Kong horror action movie that was really interesting called The Seventh Curse. I don't know what it might be called in other places, but it's got Chow Yun-fat in it as one of the characters. But I can't remember who else is in it. I want to say Yuan Biao, but I don't know if he's in it or not. Code, a bit more of the mint chocolate ice cream, the light version, still quite good. Oh yeah, I love that flavour. That's a really good flavour, that. Alright, I'll catch up on chat now. Just wanted to get through that section because it's a bit maze-like, and it's very easy to go the wrong way and then end up having to restart the whole pathway again. Tech, when you watched it, the movie was in Spanish. A bit harder to recommend a lot of people for that reason. Perhaps you could find a dub version. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine either way. Sometimes it's funny because there's movies that are dubbed in English that I can actually, still watch and tolerate. But there was a movie, Jet Li's Hero, that I watched with the English dub, and it just annoyed my ears so much. I was like, I can't watch this with the English dub. So I was just like, right, I'll just change it. I think it was either, I can't remember if it was Cantonese or Mandarin that I selected the audio language to be, but the experience was much, much better after changing the spoken language to the native language. It was just, yeah, the English dub was just annoying. Presenter, in terms of Aussie movies, you saw Rise, a prison movie, Animal Kingdom with Joel Edgerton. You've seen several New Zealand movies like Once Were Warriors, What Becomes of the Broken Hearted, Savage, Coming Home in the Dark, and Wild Rider. Oh, that's cool, Presenter. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of those movies that are considered classics as well. That Animal Kingdom, I think they turned it into a series as well years later. But it's not, I don't think it's supposed to be like a sequel series or something. I think it's just a different version of that, but in series form. Troll, ugh. You cast magic missile into the darkness and destroy all the enemies that are there. Yeah, that'd be a cool weapon to have in these games. Just have a weapon that can kill multiple enemies in a big, wide range. Hey there, Rosie, welcome. Is this model unique to this game? You feel like she's more, no, this is the game as is, with default. No mods or anything to Lara or other things as well. But yeah, this is the way that the character model is in this game. Troll, nope, she was always like that, except in the newer games where she's flat as a board. Well, that doesn't really bother me, because like I liked Alicia Vikander as Lara in that movie. Even Angelina Jolie, she used a push-up bra when she was filming those movies, so, But there's definitely a lot of things about Lara that, physically, obviously, are the most, prominent and iconic. But there's definitely a lot of other things about the character that I really like that make her such an iconic sort of character. A lot of the, I don't give a damn, want to live life my own way, by my own rules kind of approach to life is something that I like about the character as well. It's like, Lara, you can't do that. And Lara's like, no. And then she just goes and does it. It's like, I'm going to disown you as my daughter. And she's like, fine. That's okay. Like what happened with the classic Lara's parents. They were like, you're going to marry this guy because he's the one that we want you to marry. And Lara's like, fuck that. And they're like, fine. You're not our daughter anymore. And she's like, fine, whatever. And then she just lived her life her own way. I take your favorite movie to read is Apocalypto. If you like, oh yeah, like with subtitles. I still haven't seen that. But I do know that it's supposed to be a very violent movie as well. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that I've heard that it's also a very violent movie too. Troll, your favorite movie to read? You knew this was Stargate. Yeah, Stargate. Yeah, that's a good point, Troll. Yeah, that movie was actually pretty good. Like, I never really watched the series beyond the first season of the first show, but I really did like the movie though. Presenter, a Romper Stomper as well, with Russell Crowe and Mad Max 1 and 2. Oh, nice. That's really cool. Yeah, Mad Max 1 was good. I really liked the second one. I'd probably say the second one's still the best one. Take, if you like English dubs, watch Kung Pao Enter the Fist. I wonder if they will ever do a sequel to that. Rosie, you're still fine with the booba aspect of Lara? Oh yeah, that's definitely, fine. And all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's definitely more to her character than her boobs. Tech, the violence is tame for the time for sure. Well done, you'd say. You heard there's a sequel in the works. Well, that's kind of cool though. I mean, I can't remember when, was it 2003 or something? when that one came out, the first one. The violence is tame for the time, for sure. Well done, you'd say. Cool. But then the Mad Max 2 was way more action than 1. Had Lord Humongous and all those buggies and trucks. That's true, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot more action in it. I felt the first one didn't really pick up until after his wife and child got killed, because I think the pacing to start with was sort of like dragging the movie a little bit. But once he started to go on his revenge rampage, that was when the first one really ramped up for me. Troll, the only good bug is a dead bug. Yeah. Especially if you've just been bitten by one and you're like, damn it! Train truck. Shoo, buggies, don't bug me. Yeah, it's like bugger off, bugs. Troll Starship Troopers is a great comedy. Haven't seen that for a very long time, and I've seen the sequel, the second one. I think they did a third one as well, but I only saw the second one. Troll, you feel like that game is sort of dead now. Oh, Helldivers 2, I hadn't even played the first one. Can you pet that dog? Actually, that's the second time someone's mentioned about that, Troll. Some kind of meme. I don't think I've seen it before, though. Tech, everyone you talk to says they're hibernating, waiting for the next big thing. Big patch is supposed to come out on the 17th. Troll, sounds dead to you. Tech, a dead game is one that is no longer being updated, like Back for Blood or Concord. Well, that's true, I guess, too. You know, like if there's no support for it or it's not available anymore. Percent, there's quite a series of Starship Trooper movies, including the animated one. Oh, I didn't know about the animated one. Casper Van Dien comes back for Star Troopers 3. Oh, that's cool. It's good when actors come back to a movie series that they were in originally. Tech, Chivalry 2 is a good example of a dead game. It has a few hundred people, but it's no longer being updated. You can 100% find full lobbies still. You played earlier. Well, that's cool that there's still some people keeping it alive and having something like that. I think the same is with some of the Assassin's Creed games that had multiplayer. Yeah, Percentra, I never actually played Gears of War games beyond the first 3. Except a little bit of Judgment, but I never got into it, so I never finished it. But I never played 4 or 5, though. at all. Train Truck, you don't really get or see how Starship Troopers is comedy when it's not really anything funny happens in the movie. Yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since I saw that movie, but yeah, the comedy is probably more about the making fun of certain, like, you know, tropes, I guess. Trolls, a parody of basically the entire movie industry, hence it's a comedy. Oh, okay, so yes, it's parody, satire. Yeah. It's so funny, there's a movie called Escape from LA, and it's a sequel to a movie called Escape from New York. And in many ways, it's pretty much a bit of a remake of Escape from New York. But the thing about it is that there's a layer to it that is more of a satire of movie sequels, especially ones that are big budget Hollywood ones, because you got like this whole friggin' scene with this surfer dude, you know, and Peter Fonda plays the guy. I can't remember the character's name, you know, but it's all about like how big and extravagant, you know, sequels can become, and can become, you know, really, really far removed from what made the original great. You know, like Escape from New York is more like a low-key, serious, and dark utopia kind of a post-apocalyptic kind of feel to it, whereas the sequel has that, but it also has a layer of sort of like aloofness and sort of like a bit of tongue-in-cheek stuff and things like that, you know. But yeah, I actually quite like Escape from New York. I quite like Escape from LA. It definitely is not better than Escape from New York, but I have a bit of a soft spot for Escape from LA because I actually saw it first, and then I saw Escape from New York. But I could appreciate the difference between the two and how much of a better movie Escape from New York is. But I do like the sequel as well. Helldivers has over 50,000 people playing it. You don't see how it's a dead game by your own definition. Yeah, I guess too, there's also things where it's more degrees of stuff too, as well. But yeah, if there's a game has like nothing that's been done with it on either side, whether it's the developer or the publisher or even the players, then yeah, that would definitely be dead. The real issue with Helldivers 2 is the devs need to decide if it's a hardcore or a casual game. The identity shifts back and forth. Oh, that could be a bit frustrating too. Troll Snake Plissken, that's Kurt Russell, right? Absolutely, Troll. Yeah, Snake Plissken. It's so funny because early in the movie he's kind of like, you know, call me Snake, you know, and by the end of the movie they call him Snake, but then he's like, call me Plissken, you know, just these sort of like little nuances here and there with the role. But yeah, he's so good as Snake Plissken. Rosie the Bright-Eyed becoming fascist without the movie so much as winking at it is funny too. Yeah, well that's the thing too, you know, like some movies it can be very difficult to pin down sometimes exactly what they are, because some movies can be taken completely seriously even if that wasn't the intention and stuff. Take the guy who made Escape from New York also made a movie called They Live, 1988, and in the movie the elites control the world in 2025. Oh yeah, John Carpenter's one of my favorite directors. There's so many classic movies, and also one of my favorite movie of all time he also directed, which when I was a kid and saw the movie for the first time, I wasn't even paying attention to directors' names of other movies, let alone Big Trouble in Little China. But it wasn't until later when I became a fan of horror movies and then I rewatched Big Trouble, I was like, hang on, the same director as Halloween and all that did this, you know. But yeah, it's such a great movie, that one as well, Big Trouble in Little China. But yeah, so many classics that he had, you know. Just some really great movies. Placenta, you've seen Escape from LA back in the day. You remember some weird scene where Snake has to score a certain amount in a basketball game or something? At least Kurt Russell came back in the lead role. Yeah, Placenta. Yeah, see, this is spoiling the two movies, but in the first movie, to force him to rescue the president, they basically put into his system these, I don't know what they are exactly, but he's only got a certain amount of time to actually get the mission done, otherwise the things inside his neck will blow up and kill him. And at the end of the movie, he succeeds. And the things were actually real. Like, if he didn't succeed in time, he was going to die. And then the second one, Escape from LA, does a similar thing, except he's been infected with some virus. And if he doesn't get the mission done, then he's going to die from the virus, and he has a timer. But the twist in the sequel is that the virus wasn't actually a virus that would kill, it was simply the common cold. And he doesn't find that out to the end of the movie, right? So there's some things that are very similar, but then they turn them on their head as well, and sort of like twist how you would expect them to go based on if you've seen the first movie or not. Tech, did you notice the connection with that and Metal Gear Solid? I did, Tech, yeah. Yeah, it's funny though too, if you look at the first Metal Gear game, the cover art actually has Michael Biehn as Kyle Reese from the Terminator on the cover with him with a gun and his back to the wall and him sort of like looking around the corner as well. So it's funny when they do that kind of stuff as well. They take things from movie posters and sort of just like repurpose it for video games and stuff like that. Tech, you found this boss fight rather strange, especially after that Scorpion one of the prior game. Oh yeah, Tech, yeah. In some ways, it feels like they were just like, we couldn't be bothered necessarily with coming up with like this very, very difficult, overly annoying. I mean, it can be annoying, but it's probably one of the least climactic boss fights in the series, maybe, I think. So I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. Aliens, man, they get everywhere. Sheila, you have to go to work now. Thanks for the stream, and I hope to catch you later. Thank you so much, Sheila, for being here. I hope that work goes well. Thank you so much for that. And thank you. I definitely will have a good one. You too. I would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel. He's doing a playthrough for his first time of The Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt. He's also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series, as well as the Dead by Daylight franchise, the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive, and many more. A great streamer, so definitely recommend. And no worries at all for the stream and for the shout out as well, Sheila. You have a good one, dude. We'll definitely catch you soon. Big smart puzzle, mans. This can be really annoying trying to get the actual amount of liters that you need to put on the scale, because each scale, you would think that if the scale is already balanced so that the vase is already at that level, that maybe you just need, like, you know, the small bottle filled up. But it's more about what number of liters is in each water bag, you know, and so you might think, oh, put the small one in this, it should be fine, right? Well, it could be, but it could also be like a 1 liter thing, you know, so the numbers, what do they mean? Oh my god. Lara! I was one little tiny step away.
No.
Thank you, Seni, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. Stream hasn't paused. I just wanted to get the audio of the game off so that it wasn't happening when I did the quote. Okay, so I've got one. You can't! You can't! This is my destiny! Mine! I am the prophet! You never were. Get it over with then! No. Killing you won't bring my family back. I'm done. Nola irreal, tota elicito. Requiescat in pace. It was so funny. It's Rodrigo Borgia, but I started to go into my impression of Cesare while doing that. But thank you, Crooked, for redeeming the random Assassin's Creed quote. That, of course, is from Assassin's Creed 2.
No.
Crooked, that's a great moment. Thanks for that. Well, yeah, at least they're closely related, so Cheseday's manner of speaking must come from somewhere. That's no worries at all, dude. And that's actually a good point. It's still interesting to me how many people fault AC2 in the writing for sparing Rodrigo. Yeah, like from a, you've spent so much time in the game to get to that point, for that to be the outcome aspect, I could definitely understand. But also, given what happens in Brotherhood, I really like the irony that it's actually his own flesh and blood that actually ends up killing him, considering Rodrigo killed Ezio's flesh and blood, you know. So while from a gameplay perspective it would be more satisfying to actually kill Rodrigo as Ezio, I actually like it how in Brotherhood he gets poisoned by his own son. And it's just, you know, that irony kind of thing. He still suffers in the end. And imagine that, dying by your own flesh and blood's hands as well. So I feel like it's you know, very fitting that it was you know, one of his family. Exactly, Crooked, yeah. You know, like I know from a historical standpoint, because Rodrigo Borgia was a real person and therefore he actually was Pope, they needed to make sure that he didn't get killed earlier than his real death, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So I can kind of understand that. From that perspective too, but ultimately overall I do think it ends up being better that it's Cesare that kills his own father.
No.
Take, you've been trying to remember the name of the movie that Alien shamelessly ripped off back in the day. Like, it's shot for shot. The only difference is instead of aliens, it's bugs. Interestingly enough, if you look it up, only movies that ripped off Alien are there, lol. History of the Winner, I suppose. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the YouTube channel, but there's a YouTube channel that actually takes a look at all the copycat movies of a very particular well-known movie, like whether it's The Terminator, and has a look at all the rip-offs and knockoffs of all those movies that are similar from various countries around the world, you know, trying to cash in on it, and combining things too as well, and all that kind of stuff. It's just crazy, you know, like the lengths that people will go to try and make sure that they can sort of like piggyback off of something that was really, really well received. Tech, thanks Rod. It's a blind passenger from 1 year before Alien came out. So they must have, of course, when they announced that it was being filmed, the Alien movie, they probably were like, right, we need to jump in and do our version. Dr. Darling, so close to the end, so there was only one thing to do. To Set, lol. No worries at all, Dr. Darling. I definitely will. I'll honor that when we actually get to the point where Set is attacking us. Thanks for redeeming it. Take your mistake, you misspoke. Wrong movie. It's Them from 1954, so 32 years before. I got you now, Tech. Sorry, I misread your earlier thing about Alien being the one that ripped something else off. I thought you said something else had ripped Alien off. But yeah, I've never actually seen the movie Them, because isn't it like about a big giant ant or something, I think? Hey Lidus, welcome. Oh shit, it's freaking Rod Legion, the Master of Disasters, Destroyer of Realms, be it Tomb Raider, Assassin's Creed, or Splinter Cell, or even Power Rangers, or Aliens, or Terminators creating shenanigans while Bane is like, I don't give a shit. Lara teleported into the Twilight Zone. Well, I don't know about Power Rangers. I do remember when that first came out, or at least when it came to, you know, other countries outside of Japan. But, yeah, I remember watching a little bit of it, but I never got into it. That looks like a Dark Souls boss. Yeah, this one, it's not too difficult. It's a bit anticlimactic. Yeah, sorry, that was stupid, my bad. We're trying to get you to laugh about random shit. Oh, it definitely worked, dude. You're not wrong there. Like, that definitely worked. How's things going today, dude? We're just about to finish the game. We're pretty much at the end. Tech, yeah, Alien ripped them off. You posted the video in film discussion on your Discord, side by side, kind of wild. Well, thanks for doing that, Tech. Yeah, I'll definitely try and get to that and have a look and see the video and showing the differences and stuff. Oh, that's great, Lidus. I'm glad that you're going well. That's awesome, dude. You watch me at work and you're like, time to leave, run on lurk mode till you get back home and stuff. Oh, that's totally understandable, dude. Thank you so very much for all the lurking. You know, it's definitely appreciated too. And I hope that work wasn't too stressful or anything. You had fun, Lidus? All good. That's good that it worked out like that. Which is weird, but can't complain. Oh yeah. Like when that happens, it's definitely good to, you know, just be happy, because sometimes you never know. I mean, you know, hopefully it happens again.
No. 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 No.
My weak cousin is once again returned to the stars, and it is I who shall rule over this world once more. Come forth, and you may bow before your god, before he extinguishes your worthless life.
Alright, boss fight time. I'm going to make a save, and Dr. Darling, this is time for Lara to get killed per your redeem of Rest in Peace, Lara. The way he just walks off after doing that. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a special animation for getting killed with a melee attack from him, but there we go. Thank you so much, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that Rest in Peace, Lara. Lighters, damn, he was like, I'm a boss. He sure was, dude. He was like, you are weak and pathetic, you're now dead. I win. Flawless victory. And then he just walks off. Lighters, you weak, pathetic fool, I've come for your souls. I don't think so. Lighters, why does the boss sound like a fucking rubber balloon animal? It's like, well, not really that, but... Lidus, Automod, I won, you give up? Shenanigans wins. After that comment, you can't unhear it. It's like 16-bit sound on a 32-bit system. So just to show, in the final part of the game I have 56 small medipacks and 33 large medipacks. Talk about hoarding medipacks in these games. Like, you think the devs made it sound like a roar, but it ended up sounding like something silly. That's true, there's also like a bit of a tinny sound to it as well, when you think about it. Like, as well, Lara's been bit by a radioactive spider. That's a good call. Not sure, to tell you the truth, Dr. Darling. Quite possibly, maybe. In one playthrough I did.
Quickly, girl, before it collapses around you.
You back, Werner? No more set?
No time. Your hand, Lara. Give me your hand. Take my hand. I can pull you to safety.
Good to see you again, Werner.
I couldn't leave you.
It's so funny that it leaves it on that. I'll put it on that screen while the music keeps playing. That image that you see on the screen now, when I was coming up with the image to put up, I took a screenshot from the cinematic in the game towards the end there, where you see a shot of a falling star going past the night sky with the pyramids. And then I just basically took a promotional image of Lara, or rather the Lara that you see on the cover of The Last Revelation, and then basically superimposed her on the top of that background, because I wanted something that would make sense for her to still have a flashlight. So when I was looking at what to actually get a screen grab from, I thought, well, the night sky and the pyramids would definitely be a good image to have in the background to justify why Lara would be holding a torch and looking through. The ironic thing is you'd never get a torch like that in the game at all, or flashlight, you know, torch, flashlight, same difference as well. And because the actual image from the cover, if you look at the flashlight, the actual light coming off it, what I had to do was I had to basically copy the sort of like beam coming out, and then basically just completely make it white, and then change the opacity to make it so that it looks like the opaqueness of it matches the background, because otherwise the original background would come through on the little bit of beam of light coming out and stuff like that. So it's probably one of my favorite ones that I've done so far for these playthroughs, at least when it comes to like what I put as the image. Like on the About Me, I've got a variation on it as well, and also on the YouTube thumbnail when it's finished, it's the same sort of thing as well. But that is the end of the game. Thanks for the GGs, DJ. Thank you very much. Hoopalanen, no. Nice emotes there, Ludders. Absolution, yo! It is the end. Afro rip Lara. Indeed. Yes, the original intention of the writers for this game was to kill Lara off. Like, for real. They wanted to kill the character off. But apparently the higher-ups didn't know that's what the story was going to be. And so they didn't find out until the story had already been written that that's what they were going to go with. And they weren't too happy because they wanted to keep making more games, of course. Which they ended up doing, obviously, after this one. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, Lara is supposed to be dead here. She's not, of course, in the grand scheme of things, but that was the ending that they wanted to go with. It's kind of like, you know, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade not actually being the last Indiana Jones movie. Or in horror movies, you've got Friday the 13th, the final chapter, and it never is, you know, things like this. Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday. That's not the last Friday the 13th movie. Freddy's dead, you know, he doesn't die for completely. Although technically he does, when you look at Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Hey Stardust, welcome on in. This thumbnail's interesting. Did you draw this? Oh dude, I wish I could say I actually drew it from the ground up. But yeah, I basically took the cover art for this game, and with Lara on the cover with the pistol and the flashlight, and I basically superimposed that on a screen grab from one of the FMV sequences in this game, and then put that as the background, and then just got the title on its own as well without any background behind it, and then superimposed it on that too as well. I just wanted to have something that was going to make sense why she had a flashlight, but also be a different background than what they actually have. Because in the other background for the actual cover art, she's inside of a tomb, which makes sense why she'd need a flashlight in there. But I needed something that would make sense as to why I've changed it to something different. Like if I just had it in the daytime, it would look pretty stupid to have daylight behind Lara and her using a flashlight and stuff. Absolution, Shame, Rambo Last Blood, Terminator, Alien, etc. That's true. Yeah. I mean, so far we've only gotten that, like so far that's the final Rambo movie, Last Blood. But you never know. I think they were talking about doing a prequel or doing a remake of something. Right, there's more Tomb Raider classic games now. Is this the end of the stream? Now that is a very good question, actually. Let me see. So if I start in about 20 minutes, that's 10 PM. If I do a 2-hour stream, that's midnight. I just hope that the game actually works. I think with Chronicles there's an issue where when it goes from the FMV sequence resolution screen size, it swaps to something smaller, and then when it goes to the gameplay it goes back to bigger. And so I think it looks like it's sort of clipped off. So yeah, I don't know if it's still doing that or not. I haven't actually done a test of it because I wasn't sure if I'd finish the game today or not. Emita, welcome back. I did. Yeah, the game's all finished. Tomb Raider 4 done. Let's fuck yeah, Rod, more Tomb Raider games, let's go. Yeah, Chronicles is actually shorter. So, yeah, but if I take a 20-minute break, I think that might be enough to get it sorted. Hopefully there's no issues with it. Tech, have you at all considered Metal Gear Solid in the future? I have. Yeah, I definitely have, because that was the game that made me want to get a PlayStation 1 in the first place. But it won't be this year though, that's for sure. But man, this is so much hype. Yeah, so we've still got quite a few games. There's 2 more left in the classic era. You missed this game already, Dr. Darling? You're not looking forward to more Rest in Peace Laras though? Lizzie, oh my god, your volume was freaking low so you couldn't hear anything. Oh no. Well, that's a shame, Lizzie. But yeah, I've finished the game, so this playthrough is all done now. Thanks for the GGs and Mita. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, nah, bro. Yeah, it'd be good to make a start on it at least, because it's a shorter game, but there's still some very time-consuming parts to it. So, if I get a head start on it today, that'll work out well, because then I could potentially finish it tomorrow then. Because Thursday's the last Tomb Raider stream day for this week. No worries at all, Lightus. Thank you everyone for watching, I really do appreciate it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider Chronicles, which is the next game in the series. I'll take about a 20-minute break before coming back. It might be a bit more than 20 minutes, so it might be between 20 to 30 minutes. Hopefully the game actually works. I've got it so that it loads up and all that kind of stuff. And I've sorted out the controls and all that kind of thing. I just don't know in terms of OBS stuff if it's going to need some sort of like tweaking and stuff like that. Tech, me, so you're telling me there's a chance? Yes, dubba. Absolutely. And in this case though, Tech, there is actually a chance, like a high chance as well. Biko, thanks Rod, it's always lovely to have me chatting away. That's no worries at all, Biko, and I'm glad that you enjoy. That's definitely appreciated as well. Before I go, just want to give some shout outs. Would like to definitely recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Horrible Histories, Ruthless Romans. He's doing that as part of an overall historical order run, doing various games across different series. He'll also be including the Assassin's Creed series in that too, as well as Red Dead Redemption, A Plague Tale, and Hellblade, plus many, many more. He's playing through games in timeline order, and he's going to be going up to games in the 1940s. Lightus is also highly recommended. He's a big retro streamer. He's a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series as well as Tekken, Streets of Rage, and also Street Fighter. Shillerlock has been doing his first playthrough of The Witcher 3. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games as well as the Dead by Daylight series. Inmita is doing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order as well as games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. and Skyrim. And DJ is also definitely recommended. They've been doing Tomb Raider level editor. AC has been playing through Dishonored. He did a run where he just had to kill every single person in the game. Absolution was doing some Crysis Remastered. Amateur Tech was doing some Helldivers 2. Mendez was doing some Dead by Daylight. And Shaky was doing some WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. So highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Thank you, and Mitra. I definitely will. Definitely catch you later. You look forward to it, Tech? Excellent. Yeah. So I'll do a little bit of a stream of that game to start off with. And if I can get at least a couple of levels done, that'll be good. And that's all right. No worries at all for the shout-out, Tech. Thanks for that, Rod. You feel like you're on Oprah getting a car. Oprah getting a car. It's like, you get one and you get one too. That's all good in Meta for the shout-out. Absolutely no worries at all. Dr. Darling, you didn't redeem Rest in Peace Lara often, just twice today. Or maybe 3 times, lol. Yeah, just a few times. But that's all good. That's what it's there for. Definitely. Nah, bro, Lavolpe, you think you can keep up? Me, excuse me. I'm the main character of this game. You wait for me, dammit. It's so annoying how he gets a head start as well. It's like, come on, game. So I'll be back in about 20 to 30 minutes with Tomb Raider Chronicles to start the 5th Tomb Raider game as part of my marathon. For those who won't be able to make it to the next stream, that's completely fine. Thank you so very much for watching this one. And if you see me streaming Tomb Raider Chronicles, you'll know it's because I've come back after my break, or because it's Thursday, because this is also the game that I'll be doing on Thursday as well.